and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to executive order 2024, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar. An executive session may be held on any bill referred to the committee. Please note there's no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if invited, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. All votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. We'll start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there's anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know.
Representative Allegro.
Present in the room.
Representative Baker.
Present in the room.
Representative Fellows.
Present at home alone.
Representative Gracie.
Present at home. My wife is in the house.
Representative Gold.
At home, my wife is in the other room.
Representative Rhoda.
It's here.
Not yet. Representative Judy. Not yet. Representative Lanzara. Okay.
You're out the house.
I'll repeat those. Representative Lekis.
Present in the committee room.
Representative McGuire.
Present in the committee room.
Representative O'Brien. Representative O'Brien. Representative Pearson. Representative Roy.
Present, St. George Island, Florida, alone.
Representative Santonastaso.
Here in Hinsdale, alone.
Representative Schmidt.
I am present in my home office in Dover. I am alone.
Representative Schuett.
I am present at my home in Pembroke alone.
Representative Schultz.
Good morning. I'm present in Concord at my home, and my husband, Gene Taylor, will be in and out of the room.
Okay, the clerk is present in the room. Representative Yakubovich. Let me repeat some names. Representative Broda. Representative Judy. Representative Lanzara.
He's there. I can see him.
You can see him.
Yep.
Well,
Representative Lanzara, please unmute yourself.
Yes.
where are you, please?
Oh, yes, home and family throughout the house.
Representative O'Brien.
I am present. I am home in Nashua alone.
Representative Pearson. May I ask, these three people not present are Broda, Judy, and Pearson. If anybody notices that, I'm sorry, Yakubovich, thank you. If anybody notices their arrival, please let me know if I don't notice it. Thank you. We are short those 4 people.
Okay. And I open the hearing on Senate Bill 104, and I call Senator Reagan the prime sponsor.
Good morning, members of
House eDNA, and I'm happy to bring before you today Senate Bill 104 FNA. And this is an act that adopts omnibus legislation and relative to the classification of state employee positions and reverse auctions.
And
And
would you explain part one to us, since I believe that's your section?
yes. So as the chairman of the Joint Committee on Employee Classification, it falls to me to present the legislation that then codifies the actions we've taken and recommendations that we've sent on to the Fiscal Committee. And there are, Health and Human Services is still in the process of reclassifying all their management positions. So there'll be a constant barrage of classification changes from the department. So that's what I bring to you here today.
Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Broda, if you'd introduce yourself and say where you are.
Yes, I'm Representative Jackie Grota. I'm here in my home office alone. Thank you.
Any questions for Senator Reagan? Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Reagan, these are all being deleted. Well, not, wait a minute. So the top ones are being deleted. So no, the Health and Human Services and no other state agencies will have this classification, or they may have the well, just that's the question. So Health and Human Services and no other agencies currently have these jobs, or do they just not have these jobs at these levels? Pay grade levels.
Through the Department of Administrative Services, all agencies are subject to having requests made from JCEC to change their job classifications and pay levels. It's just that the bulk of changes that we're seeing now as a carryover from years before is at Health and Human Services. So this doesn't exclude anybody and it doesn't automatically include anybody.
Thank you.
Senator, I have a question.
Yes.
I noticed that you're changing the chair of the JCEC to biennial, which makes perfect sense. And you're also stretching the reviews, HHS's reviews of their management structure from 4 years to 7 years. Could you explain that?
I think that Commissioner Myers at the time thought that the reclassification would go a lot faster than it has been going. And they just wanted this cushion because it involves 80 some positions that are being reclassified. And it was a constant source of confusion on JCEC. Representative Schmidt and I have served for more than 14 years on this committee, and it's always awkward, and we couldn't never figure out why they went to a 1-year rotation and not for the session. So it just made sense, like you said, Madam Chair.
Okay. Representative Baroda, you have a question?
You're muted.
Thank you. Is the only way to do this through legislation? Because if we, or is there
Yes.
another? It is. Okay, thank you.
Yes, these positions are in statute, and therefore that we have to have legislation to change the statute.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Schmidt.
So if I'm, as Senator Reagan has alluded to me, I could add just a couple of words. For one thing, the JCEC does not meet on a regular basis. It meets as needed with regard to positions that are being added or promoted or changed in some fashion. The JCEC is the with regard to that, that is the function of the EDNA committee. That's why Senator Reagan is here today with this bill. Subsequently to our action in EDNA, the finance committee will then take up any financial aspects of any decision that the JCEC has made. But because we don't meet regularly, we only meet at the call of the chair, so to speak, to the degree that we're not meeting at the time that the session changes from one year to the next, it's very awkward and unwieldy, and that's why that aspect is being changed.
Thank you. Other questions for Senator Reagan? All right, seeing none, thank you, Senator. And I will be presenting the amendment that you approved from Commissioner Arlinghouse later after we finish with the bill.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator Carson.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, committee members. For the record, my name is Sharon Carson, and I represent Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Londonderry, Hudson, and Auburn. And I have part 2 of this omnibus bill this morning for your consideration, which deals with reverse auctions. And this was a request of the Department of Administrative Services. Briefly, reverse auctions are an electronic bidding process in which bidders make offers to supply commodities or services to the state at increasingly lower prices. They are a live event where suppliers compete in open forum to offer their best possible prices. Reverse auctions are currently being used as a tool to apply downward pressure on suppliers in conjunction with the public bidding process. Traditional electronic reverse auctions have a track record of success in our state counterparts, including Mass, Vermont, Connecticut, and Rhode Island, and have proven to facilitate securing substantially lower prices than a traditional procurement approach. The difference between New Hampshire and other states is that reverse auctions are currently performed as part of the RFP process in advance of any public bid opening. This legislation should ideally create a future state which prohibits the release of specific vendors' pricing information prior to the conclusion of a reverse auction, thereby maximizing cost reductions. Adoption of this legislation would streamline the state's reverse bidding process and potentially significantly reduce prices paid by the Department of Administrative Services for goods and services. Madam Chair, I have received some language for a potential amendment. And it goes on to say that there's one comment addressed at the time of our submission of a fiscal note worksheet on this matters. Reverse auction raised technical questions relating to the application of the provision of RSA 91A and RSA 21G:37, which is disclosure of financial information regarding requests for bids and requests for proposal. And it says in order to address those concerns, they believe that the language that they'd like to present in the following paragraph should be added to the bill. That amendment, Madam Chair, is in the process of being written up by OLS, and I will get it to you just as soon as it is available. So it will be made available to your committee. Hopefully, because this was a request of the department, They're going to have individuals here to discuss this in greater detail, more than I could. And they will be able to maybe address the amendment itself. So at this point, Madam Chair, I will conclude my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I don't recognize the names of the attendees, so if someone is here from the department, would you please raise your hand so I can recognize you? Okay. Okay, Miss. Mr. Lunetta, when you can, please mute yourself and speak.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here with our leadership, Commissioner Arlinghouse, Deputy Commissioner Keene, and Administrator for Policies and Guidelines, Tom Kerr. And the purpose of the reverse auctions, we've had some successes and we've collaborated with some other states, recently concluding a joint venture with the state of Vermont with regard to road salt, and we achieved significant cost savings. In summary, in essence, what it allows us to do is perform a best and final live bidding process electronically, whereby the bidders do not see who they're bidding against, they're just a number. As the price bids continue to go lower and more competitive, it just makes for a very effective conclusion.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee about the reverse auctions? Representative Groda.
Thank you. So I'm familiar with reverse auctions from my previous position, my professional position.
Excuse me, Representative Groda, could you get closer to the microphone or something and speak more loudly?
I'll increase my volume. Is that better? Is that
Not
better?
much.
All right, I wanted to know, along with goods, like hard goods, do you anticipate that the departments might need this for services?
We're looking into services that would work. So the answer is yes. The short answer is yes. The volume of services that we'll be able to run through will be, I would say, on a more limited basis than obviously commodities.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
So when you enter these requests, are there specifications that go along with it, whether they be products or services?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if you can tell me how this affects the RFP process, because I know that the current process, at least some of the time, depends what you're looking for, would have a bidders conference and answer questions and that sort of thing.
So the RFP process, the only difference with passing of this bill the difference will be the bids will not be disclosed until the conclusion of the actual reverse auction. The way the laws read, we have to receive the bids through a public opening, and that price point sets the bar for the beginning and commencement of the subsequent reverse auction. This will just close the loop, and nothing will be released until we complete the actual process.
So follow up, please.
Follow up.
Thank you. So if I understand what you're saying, suppose if you were looking for a reverse auction for paving the highway, something like that, then you would still issue the RFP and there would still be an opportunity for anybody to ask questions about clarifications Is that correct? And then the next step would be that they would submit their bids, but is that how it goes?
Yes, the RFP would be issued. We'd have a question and answer period defined for any clarification. And the process really would remain unchanged. The only difference would be upon submission and receipt of the proposals or quotes, nothing would be released until the conclusion of the process of the reverse auction.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies what I was asking about. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Yakubovich has joined us. If you'd state where you are.
At home, alone in the room.
While we have, yes, Representative, you have a question, please.
You said nothing is revealed until the reverse auction is completed. Exactly what is revealed upon completion of the process?
So the contract, the resultant contract and the price point would be disclosed publicly. As it is today, only would be at the conclusion of the auction.
Follow up.
Thank you. Only the winner and the bid, the winning bid and the vendor is identified. All the rest of the stuff, other bids are nothing's discussed except that. Is that correct?
That would be correct, assuming the amendment is passed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While we have Commissioner Arlinghouse with this, I might just add that he is the other key ingredient in the JCEC. In this case, Commissioner Arlinghouse, they manage and coordinate all the incoming requests from departments with regard to employee class, new employee, the rankings and so forth. So he is the other key player. And he is the one that informs the chair of the process and that's when the JCEC will meet. It's not on a regular basis at all.
Thank you. Representative Baroda, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are the bids that enter through this reverse auction, are they from approved suppliers? Do you have a list of approved suppliers, or are they the ones that enter in this reverse auction, or can anyone?
They have to be a registered vendor with the state of New Hampshire. They all are pre-qualified.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, is there something in the process that would let you exclude a low bidder if these people have done jobs for the state before and you think they didn't really do a very good job?
So before it goes to our reverse auction contract service provider, our team in procurement does an analysis, both a technical and commercial review. So our process really doesn't change prior to it going to the reverse auction. So yes, the answer is yes. We would stop anybody that is on a discarded list, or if they perform poorly, or if they're not technically compliant to the specifications.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Roy, you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is there situations where you would not pick the lowest bidder? And how do you deal with keeping them to that low bid? In other words, cost overruns. Thank you.
So if there were a technical reason for that to happen, we probably would not have them participate in the actual live auction process. We'd catch that up front, and it'd have to be a specific reason of validation not to pursue that avenue. So I'm not sure I answered your question, but we would have a process to stop that.
Let me give that a little bit of a shot. This is Charlie Arlinghouse. I'm the commissioner of the department. Technically, while it is possible to not accept a low bidder if you find something wrong with the low bidder, you would realistically have to find something wrong with the low bidder. The state's competitive bidding statutes are designed as much as possible to eliminate judgment from it. What policymakers have decided over many years, since a predecessor of mine went to jail in the 1940s over bidding, they've decided that it's very important that there be a process that is as open as possible. So if somebody wins the bid and there's a manager who goes, geez, I don't like that. I mean, we were really hoping to use Home Depot, or that's a bad example, but you know what I mean. We have to be very skeptical of that. You can't want to use somebody because you're comfortable. So if somebody is a low bid and is going to be disqualified, you have to be very careful. That company that ends up getting disqualified would have a strong ability to sue. So it doesn't happen very much. Typically what would happen is they would not reach the point where they were able to bid. For example, on construction contracts with the Division of Public Works, there's a pre-qualified list. Occasionally, people are banned from bidding, or there's a card in their file, so they can't bid on state work. But once they qualify to bid, you're generally saying that we accept you, unless for some reason you figured out they couldn't bid or there was a problem. There are some RFPs, proposals, where there's a technical component to them as well as a financial component. And so there are occasions, typically, I know this is true with us on a bunch of our large contracts, the low financial bidder is the one who likely wins, and the technical elements are close. But there is the possibility that somebody is technically very, very weak, and their price point is a little bit higher. And those contracts are awarded essentially on a point system where finances are one component and technical qualifications are another. But we have to be very, very careful. The mandate for us in the competitive bidding process is to be as dispassionate and as neutral as possible.
And if I may just add to that conclusion, that's why a lot of services won't really apply for this platform opportunity. It's really primarily geared to, when I say widgets, commodities that are vanilla and easy to meet a specification, and really then it does become compliant with the RSAs, which is low price prevails.
Thank you.
Follow up, please.
Please.
Thank you again for taking my question. I guess the second part of my question with regard to cost overruns ties into the low bidder thing is, if someone is underbidding what they should bid just to get the award, are they prevented then from billing the state for more because of cost overruns, because they underbid just to get the contract?
It's a great question, and it's something that comes up in particularly in construction contracts, both ones we administer and obviously DOT ones. This came up at the Governor and Council a while ago. There's a contracting process. They would be held to a contract, and the contract is we have very good contracts in the state. From the state perspective, from the contractor perspective, they might not agree because their hands are very much tied. Every contract of that nature naturally has a change order process, because things do change and you find unknown conditions, et cetera. But change orders are things that have to be agreed to by both sides, and they're done very carefully and judiciously. If somebody is a particularly low bid, so think of a large construction contract where we produce an estimate, and let's just say for the sake of argument, there were 4 bids and they were 3.6, 3.5, 3.4 million, and then somebody bid 2.1. Before, as part of the contracting process, before you would contract with the person who was remarkably low and surprisingly low, that's obviously a piece of information you hear in your head, and you think, well, did they miss something? Did they see page 12? You know, that kind of thing. And you would have a conversation with them and say, do you understand what you're getting into? Do you understand the state process, which is a little bit cumbersome compared to a lot of what you're used to? And we have a discussion with them. Occasionally what will happen is there'll be somebody who says, no, I get it. I understand this. We do state work all the time. I get what I'm doing. And I got a good deal on paint. And I'm going to use it on the process. So we're good. But there's a discussion. Occasionally somebody will say, oh, I didn't realize that. And we would explain to them, change orders are going to be very hard to come by, just so you know. And so they know what they're getting into. So typically someone like that might in the end walk away. It doesn't happen much just because the process of getting to be a bidder on state work is difficult in and of itself. But part of that process is solved by conversations. And part of it is by holding people to a contract where, you know, they bid low. And we've had vendors who say, I didn't realize how low I was bidding and I'm losing money. And if I'm honest, our answer is typically, I'm sorry about that, but we do have a contract.
Thank you.
All right. Representative Shuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was answered in the course of previous conversation.
Excellent. Representative Fellows then.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about the decision whether or not to use the reverse auction. So how will you make that decision? And if a potential bidder doesn't like your decision, do they have any option to appeal that decision?
So we do a pre-canvas, we do market analysis, our team here at the state, as well as our contract service provider. They do an independent study. They analyze what the conditions of the market are, what the price trends are. We already share our budget based on our incumbent live contracts that will be expiring. And a decision is made, is it a go or no go? If it's a no-go, meaning that we don't think the reverse auction would be beneficial to either party, whether it be the state and or the service provider, we would still do our conventional competitive bid process, whereby we would still issue a formal RFP and receive, analyze, and award a contract outside of the reverse auction platform.
So is there any appeal process if they didn't like it?
Also, our RFP goes out with a disclaimer, with a statement in there that says the state reserves as its sole option to exercise going into a reverse auction. So it's our decision downstream after the bids come in.
Oh, okay, that answers my question. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Representative Broda.
Thank you. Will there be a, I don't know what else, what other word to use, right? Well, will there be a review or an analysis done after we've used this process, you know, maybe after a year, to see indeed if this was beneficial? So we'd call that a postmortem, right? So after a certain period of time, we look to see. I have experience with reverse auctions from my previous employment. And there were good and bad things that happened as a result of that. So, and we were a supplier in the position. So it can be very beneficial for the state and for the supplier, but it could also be detrimental to both. And with that in mind, what expectation, do you have any expectations of a downside to this? And what might that be? And how are you going to prevent that from happening?
So first part of your question, yes, we are tracking. We will have metrics on a case-by-case basis. We've done a couple, as I mentioned, road salt we did with Vermont. The result of that was we recognized about a 6% savings. Vermont recognized about a 36% savings. We saved $4 million. We were about $500,000, and we'll track it. The vendors performed this past winter. We got good feedback on it, and to me, it was a win for the states as well as the vendors that participated throughout the regions of both states. Our partnerships are very important to us. I think that's why we do such due diligence up front with respect to the pre-qualification and determining, is it a viable way to go, or should we do it our conventional standard competitive bid paper process? So we always have the option, and we take that very seriously. So yes, we will monitor it and provide reporting.
Thank you. Are there other questions on reverse auctions? In that case, is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 104?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative.
Yes, I was just curious on part 1, if there's anyone present from Health and Human Services who cared to testify on those positions.
If there is, please raise your hand. If not, Commissioner Arlinghouse, would you be able to answer her question?
Probably.
I didn't actually have
any hands.
Okay, I didn't actually have a question. It just seemed curious with so many of that department's positions involved that no one was here to speak to us from that specific department.
I think I can actually explain that if it would help. The process is fairly standardized and has been sort of ongoing with JCEC over some time. HHS has the most unclassified positions in the state, in part because of a reorganization done 25 years ago where they created a senior executive service, the so-called Terry Morton positions. It's a very recent thing where that committee was insistent on JCEC, insistent in a good way, on getting them to reevaluate all the positions. All the unclassified positions in the state were evaluated in 2001 when we created the new grid, unclassified grid, classified grid. And they're in the process of adjusting them where over time they'd reached the point where the working title for a position and the actual title for a position were radically divergent from each other. And this is a significant cleanup process. And so it looks remarkable to this committee when they look at the piece of legislation. But I think for the Joint Committee itself, it's something that's happening and they understand it and they're prepared for it. So I think, HHS would not look at it. I'm here to talk about the amendment that we're seeking because it's different. And I think HHS is probably not here to talk about it because they think it's standard order business, if that makes any sense.
Yes, Representative Schuett, you may remember that we get a bill from the JCEC pretty much every year. And the departments involved are almost never there to speak on the positions. It's only the JCEC that's there to testify.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that explanation.
Okay, sure. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Commissioner, you may be aware of, although it was done under one of your predecessors, there was a study commission chaired by Senator Carson, who just left the meeting. So I was hoping she would still be here. That study commission on which I served with former Senator Forrester and chaired by Senator Carson, that looked at our bidding process, our contract process pretty thoroughly. And we had a lot of buy-in, if you will, from contractors. Is it time for another review, or do you think that the process is working pretty well? Because it is a complex and delicate operation, as you've alluded to.
So there was, I think the commission that Representative Schmidt refers to happened in or around 2015. It was before my time, and I think it was when the Durham was here. Senator Carson has been involved with procurement for a very long time. It was at that time that statutory changes were made to 21G, RSA 21G, and that section that involves the procurement process, what information is released to the public. It's sort of why we're here. I don't know that a commission is entitled that. There is, as a result of that, there is a standing meeting on occasion when needed procurement committee that meets, which I think Senator Carson is currently the chair of, and involves various members, which we talk to periodically. Reverse auctions is a thing that comes up, but can be dealt with on its own. You know, Gary and his team, and you can tell how knowledgeable Gary is about procurement, both from his previous jobs and with the state. But Gary and his team, and they meet with, and Takmina Rakhmatova is the attorney at the Attorney General's office, is the procurement attorney currently. You know, they meet and they look at anything that needs tweaking and changing. Part of that comes up as a result of the process Gary talked about, where we look at, you know, every time we do any kind of whether it's a reverse auction or a regular procurement, you do some kind of a postmortem on it and say, is that working well? Or do you think that's something that's a candidate for doing it this way instead of this way? And so those things are happening. I think right now we're okay without a commission, but I would say that Senator Carson's committee is a very valuable, that sort of standing procurement committee is a very valuable piece of infrastructure in the state. And I would hate to see that go away.
The commission I was, thank you, Madam Chair. The commission I was alluding to was, did a lot of work. We got re-upped actually from one term to the next because it was doing so much important work, and we got the low-hanging fruit in the first go around, and the renewal, the commission, you know, got most of the other stuff.
Representative Schmidt, that's not really relevant to this particular bill.
Well, but we have the
Since you've
commission
been
here.
answered, your question's been answered.
Well, I'm just saying that it seems to me like that the stuff that was devised was effective, and he's just alluded to that. So I'm glad to hear that.
Thank you. Representative Judy has joined us. If you could introduce yourself and say where you are. Representative Judy. Yes, he's not really with us. When he is, we'll introduce him. Are there any other questions on Senate Bill 104? Anyone else wish to testify on Senate Bill 104? Raise your hand if you do. And I'm going to introduce Amendment 1202H, which is a request of Commissioner Arlinghouse. And that's all I can say about it. And I ask him to describe it to us, please.
Hi, thank you. I spoke to Representative McGuire and Senator Reagan about this, and this concerns the unclassified positions or senior leadership of the Department of Administrative Services. This is something, you know, we've been doing internally, reviewing our process and all that. We're not standardized. So people probably know this, that there are more than 10,000 state employees who are full-time. And 98% of them are classified employees. They're in that classification grid, and they're hourly employees. So for example, I have an accountant who makes $114,000 a year, who's an hourly employee and can't work a 38th hour in a week because it's the way the system works. It's probably not consistent with the exempt, non-exempt rules. So commissioners and directors generally, and some of the senior leadership positions are unclassified, which is a separate system and a separate grid. And it's the grid controlled by the JCEC, which is why I've asked for this to be appended to this bill. In our area, we have some division directors who are classified and some are unclassified. Most are unclassified, and they should be. And we've been converting positions, one here and one there, periodically, where 4 or 5 years ago we did risk and benefits. That position became when Cassie, who's behind me, was director there, she became unclassified. We converted the director of plant and property last year. This is a bill to clean all of this up. Tom Kerr in the room with me drafted the bill for us in the best traditions of the statute. And it does two things. One, it takes an additional, I think it's 11 positions and makes them unclassified instead of classified. These are all the highest paid senior positions in the department. And it essentially turns them into, what that means is turns them from an hourly into a salaried employee. It does that for commissioners, obviously, who are already there, all the directors, and then deputy directors and analogous positions to deputy directors. For example, we have an internal auditor, we have a senior operational analyst, we have a chief financial officer. The fact that my chief financial officer is currently an hourly employee suggests something about how slightly anachronistic the system is currently. So it would take these positions and it would make them unclassified. It would further divide them in a standardized way. Directors and commissioners would be appointed for a term, as they are mostly today. And then that's how it is pretty much across state government. They are appointed for a term. Let's say a 4-year term. In my case, it happens to be a 4-year term. Gary's case, it happens to be a 4-year term. A governor and council appointment. There are other positions in government who are appointed at what's referred to as pleasure of the commissioner, which just means they serve like a regular employee in any job does. They don't have a term when their employment expires. They serve, and you can't just eliminate them willy-nilly. I couldn't go, I don't like your tie, go away. But they serve at the pleasure of the commissioner. It's like a job. And so what we did is to divide them into two groups. Directors and commissioners have a term, and everybody below the director level, that is to say deputies, internal auditor, has a pleasure of the commissioner term. This is the structure we have in other positions today. For example, the deputy director of risk and benefits is pleasure of the commissioner. Today, the director of risk and benefits is a 4-year term. And so this does that. It is a lot of words. But that's what it does. And it's a lot of words because it changes the statutory reference to administrator of this to director of this and all of that. And it cleans the statute up so that everything matches and there's no anachronistic referral to something else. And it's a lot simpler than it looks. And I think it's at the end of the process, we would have approximately 5% of the department's 444 authorized full-time and part-time positions. 95% would be classified, 5% would be unclassified. But I'm happy to answer questions about if anything looks, you think is screwy or the whole thing sounds weird to you. Or maybe you think it's wonderful.
Mr. Arlinghouse, this sounds like a glorified extension of part 1 of 104.
It is. It is I mean, for our department, it is. But if we don't do it in statute, we can't do it. As to somebody's point earlier, I don't remember who made this point. Maybe it was you, maybe it was somebody else, about this has to be done in statute.
Thank you.
Other questions? I'm impressed. There are no other questions. Wait a second.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
My question is, can we see that? I don't have that amendment. Am I supposed to have that amendment?
It was sent out this morning.
This morning? Okay, I'll go look for it. Thank you.
I think we will need to have a subcommittee on this.
If you have any additional questions and somebody's reading something and it occurs to them, please feel free to just call me or send me an email. I'm in the state system, which is easy to figure out, charles.m.arlinghouse@DAS. But anything you want to know, I'm always here. I'm not literally always here, but I'm always available.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've dug up a few questions. Representative Bailey.
Hi.
The original 104 FNA has a fiscal note that mentions a part 3, which is not in it.
Deleted by the Senate.
Okay, so then this amendment has nothing to do, that adds a part 3, has nothing to do with that. Yeah.
Totally new, different, unique part 3.
Thank you.
Representative Blackus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a general question. I haven't looked over all of this in detail. I kind of skimmed it, but it has in statute things like on the first page on line 14, the commissioner shall nominate by appointment, for appointment by the governor, et cetera. Is there anything in here that changes the term or anything else about any of the appointed positions other than whether they're classified or not classified?
There are two very slight changes. We have an education and training officer who is functionally a bureau chief of the Division of Personnel for the Bureau of Education and Training, and we have a senior operational analyst, which is an analytical position for analyzing government. You could think of it as vaguely budget related. Those positions currently serve a term, but because under this schematic, they would become serving at the pleasure of. However, because each of those positions has someone in them, there's a paragraph in it which says that they will serve out their term, because you can't change that. And the next person or their next term, they would convert to the new system. But other than that, there are no changes to people's terms.
Yes, those paragraphs are on page 5. All right, and other questions, comments? Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this amendment? Seeing none, I will close the hearing. And I believe this will go to Representative Pearson's subcommittee because they've only got one bill so far. And since Representative Pearson is not here, we'll schedule it at a later time. It is not yet 11. So Representative Grota, do you have a motion for us on Senate Bill 15?
Yes. I move the amendment on Senate Bill 15. And let me get the amendment number. It's amendment number 155H.
Yes, thank you. We are moving into executive session. 115H, right? Short break while everybody finds their amendments.
Is that amendment somewhere?
It should be. Don't have it.
It was sent by OLS. I can give you the date that we received the email. It was sent to us by OLS on the 20th of April.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, just a moment, just a second. It was sent to you on that day. I'm not sure it went to the whole committee.
I believe I had it sent to the committee.
I just sent it to everybody a few seconds ago.
Thank you for the update.
So it can be in the top of your box and not
Here's
somewhere.
up at the top, yes. there we go. Okay. All right, so would you care to speak to your amendment, Representative Groda?
Yes, this amendment, excuse me, includes the most recent codes that were not included in the bill that was submitted to the committee, and also harmonizes this bill with the House bill that we passed earlier in the session. I believe it was House Bill 72.
Correct. Is there a second? Actually, I'll second it. I don't wish to speak to it. Is there any discussion, questions, or comments on the amendment? I will say that I checked this with the fire marshal, and he agrees that this is the latest set of amendments that were approved by the Fire Control Board. So this would bring Senate Bill 15 up to date. I did already. Any other comments, questions? Representative Allegro.
I'm sorry. Thank you for recognizing me, Madam Chair. I apologize, but I'm struggling to bring this back into my memory. Could anyone just provide a few sentences as a reminder, so as I look for it in my hard drive?
Okay. The changes to the state building code are required to be in statute. These amendments have been reviewed and approved by the technical experts on the Building Code Review Board and the Fire Control Board, and we are ratifying their decisions.
I recall now, HB 72. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions, concerns? In that case, the motion is to adopt amendment 1155H. Yes.
Yeah.
1155H. Who is speaking? All right, somebody didn't speak. Correct. Well, amendment 1155H. Made by Representative Groda, seconded by me. Any other comments, questions, discussion? Seeing none, the clerk can call the roll on the adoption of the amendment.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
the clerk votes yes. Representative Pearson,
I haven't seen it yet.
not here. Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso, Representative Santonastaso?
Yes.
Said yes.
Okay. Representative Goley,
Yes, and Madam Chair, does Representative Roy have to be on camera to vote?
Yes. Well, good point. Very good.
Yes, there. Can you see me now?
We can.
Very good.
can you see me now? Representative Schuett,
Yes, sorry to say we can see you in sunny Florida. Representative Schuett votes yes.
Representative Judy,
We.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Grassy,
Yes.
Representative Rhoda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien. Representative O'Brien?
Oh, he's not at his desk.
Okay, not here when the question was put, I guess, the chair.
Yes,
It looks like 17-0.
right, the amendment is adopted. Representative Rhoda, you have a motion?
Yes. I recommend OTPA for Senate Bill 115.
Is there a second?
That's Senate Bill 15, right?
Correct.
Yes. Did I say House Bill? Sorry.
Oh, you said Senate Bill 115. I think you got the amendment number mixed
Okay.
up.
Sorry.
I'll second.
Is there a second?
Second. Representative Goley.
Representative Goley, thank you. All right, is there any further discussion on the bill as amended? With amendment? Seeing none, in that case, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy,
Representative Roy votes yes.
Representative Pearson, still not here. Representative Yakovovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis. Yes. Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Haley,
Yes.
Representative Lanzaro,
Yes.
Representative Passo,
Yes.
Representative Foley. Representative
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes.
Representative.
What about me? Representative Judy?
Yes, in the fullness of time. Representative Judy votes yes. Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Brassey,
Yes.
Representative Rhoda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien has not returned. And Chair,
Yes,
the same 17-0.
all right. Does
Consent.
anyone object to consent? Okay, seeing none. Representative Rhoda, if you could get me the report in the next day or so, I'd appreciate it.
I will, Madam Chair. Could I also comment that we had agreed as a committee that we would adopt the building codes 3 years after they were implemented. And so it would be time next year to adopt the 2018 building code. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, and I believe the Building Code Review Board has moved on to considering amendments to the 2018 code, so that it's adopted in fullness. And I expect that one of us will be approached to bring such a bill in for next year.
Perfect. Thank you.
So, good. While we're talking about building codes, we have Senate Bill 106. I'm going to move ought to pass with amendment 1105H. Is there a second?
Madam Chair,
Second.
Yes.
I believe we did vote on that bill previously. Do we not have to revisit that vote before we can amend it?
You're absolutely correct, Representative Schuett. In that case, I move to reconsider the vote on Senate Bill 106.
Second.
Okay, seconded by, I believe, Representative Schmidt.
No, it was Representative Roy.
Roy, oh, okay.
Lekis and Roy, You move it?
I thought
I
you.
moved
you
it.
moved it. I'm
We
sorry.
have had a tie on
Yeah, that's fine.
the second. All right. So the reason we're reconsidering it is so that we can change the duties of the committee, which after we passed this bill, we realized that it needed additional work, and that's what that amendment does. So if we would like to consider the amendment, we should vote in favor of reconsideration. If you just want to get it out of our hair, we vote against reconsideration. So any discussion, Representative Groda?
Could you please refresh my memory? What is it that we're changing in the bill? What specifically about the commission? I'm drawing a blank here.
We're adding to the duties of the commission. We're adding the duties that they shall make recommendations for establishing a process for the adoption of new editions of national or model codes and amendments. This shall include consideration of establishing a permanent statutory committee for that purpose.
I remember that. We did talk about that.
Right.
Madam
The
Chair.
original vote was 12-7, and most of the objections were that we weren't thoroughly examining the process. Representative Blackus?
Could you ask Ms. Marlin to send out the amendment again?
Yes.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Ms. Marling, would you resend the amendment?
I have. It should be on the top of your emails.
You're way
Thank
ahead
you.
of us.
And
Thank you.
could we have just a moment to look that over?
Yes, well, yes. Representative Fellows?
Oh. So, yeah, I'm just lost here. So the bill is Senate Bill 106, correct?
Correct.
And so I'm just waiting to get the amendment here, so.
Okay. It was sent out 3 minutes ago, so.
Yeah.
And Representative Pearson is with us.
Yes, Madam Chairman, I'm here, and I'm certainly not against you.
Excellent. I suppose I should let you know that your subcommittee has received Senate Bill 104 with the amendment, and you should schedule a meeting on it.
For heaven's sakes.
So, Madam Chair, if this amendment should pass, would the statutory committee supersede the legislation of the building codes, the adoption by legislation of the building codes, or would they come to the ED&A with a recommendation?
That's for the study committee to decide. We're just saying they should look really hard at how we adopt building codes and building code updates, because the current method is, let's just say it's inefficient.
Yeah, but we're getting way off the topic here. The motion is reconsideration.
Correct. But the reason for reconsideration is to consider the amendment. Okay?
Yeah, I
So it sounds
totally
like
support that.
most people appear to have read the amendment.
Madam
So,
Chair, I do
yes.
have the amendment. Excuse me.
We're
The
still on the
amendment-
motion to reconsider, so
Okay, so I'll ask questions about the amendment after.
There we go.
thank you, Representative Schmidt, for keeping us on track. I want that motion, that action noted for the
Okay.
record.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just found the amendment, but I'm good to go on the vote for reconsider.
Thank you very much, Representative Phillips. Any other comments on reconsideration? Okay, though, in that case, the clerk will call the roll on reconsideration.
Reconsideration of SB 105, Representative Roy.
106.
106.
106.
Yes, 106.
I'm one code behind. Representative Roy.
You have to unmute yourself before you can gloat.
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to float in silence. This is just for Representative Goldie. I vote yes, and I want to make sure you can see me, Representative Goldie.
We certainly can. Jeez. Rubbing it in, man, rubbing it in.
Moving along.
Yes.
Yes, Representative Pearson,
Representative Pearson votes yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santo Nascaso,
Yes.
Representative Dolly,
Yes.
Representative Schuett,
Yes,
Representative Judy,
Oui.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
Yes.
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Grassi,
Yes.
Representative Groda,
Yes.
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes,
So we have 19 left.
all
On the
right,
reconsideration motion.
fine. So we are now reconsidering our vote of ought to pass on Senate Bill 106. And I believe it now would be relevant to
Move adoption.
move it. Would it be relevant to just move adoption of the amendment since we have an ought to pass recommendation? Yes, okay, thank you, parliamentarian. And I move amendment 1105H. Is there a second?
I said
Second.
Who was that?
Representative Roy beat me to it.
Okay, so that's. And I will say that this expands the duties of the commission to address the concerns that were raised at the previous executive session. Because we want to make sure that we look at this process again. I think that's important. Representative Roy, do you wish to speak to your second?
No, that's okay. I think you said it.
Okay, Representative Schuett.
thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, I see in the amendment that calls for 3 senators. I'm guessing that you have agreement to that number. As we know, sometimes it's difficult to get senators to attend such missions.
We absolutely do have agreement, Representative Schuett. That's the bill that came to us from the Senate. And I know that Senator Morse has been vigilant about making sure that at least the number of senators that are required for any study committee vote for.
Thank you. I just wanted to be sure that they were aware that this amendment
That's
was
what they
coming
gave
forward.
us. We're just agreeing with them. Representative Blackus?
Thank you. When you introduced it, you said it expanded the duties of the commission. I mean, what?
Committee.
Oh, committee, okay.
My group.
That's fine. And a follow-up?
Follow-up.
Okay. So basically, this establishes a committee to study this whole process, and all they would do is report their findings and recommend legislation if they think there needs to be, which would then come presumably to EDA.
The intent of the senators when they brought this to us was that this year the committee would work with the Building Code Review Board to develop a bill to adopt the 18 version of the codes. And while they're at it, they'd figure out a better way to do it. That's our idea. Any other questions, comments, discussion? Seeing none, the motion is to adopt Amendment 1105H to Senate Bill 106. One ready, the clerk can.
Representative Roy,
Yes.
first votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Representative Pearson votes yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso,
Yes.
Representative Dolly,
Yes.
Representative Chouet,
yes,
Representative Judy,
Oui.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
yes,
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Grassi,
Yes.
Representative Rhoda,
yes,
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes,
19 to nothing.
right, at 19-0, the amendment is adopted. All right, and I will move on to pass with amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Schmidt. Is there any further discussion on the bill as amended? Seeing none, in that case, the clerk can call the roll.
To pass with amendment, Representative Roy,
Yes.
votes yes. Representative Pearson,
Yes.
Representative Yakubovich,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Allegro,
Yes.
Representative Bailey,
Yes.
Representative Lanzara,
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso,
Yes.
Representative Dolly,
Yes.
Representative Chouet,
yes,
Representative Judy,
Oui.
Representative Schmidt,
Yes.
Representative Schultz,
yes,
Representative Fellows,
Yes.
Representative Grassi,
Yes.
Representative Rhoda,
yes,
Representative O'Brien,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes,
Consent.
any objections to consent? It's 19-0. Hearing none. I have a motion on Senate Bill 33, which is relative to Native American name restoration. And I'd like to move an expedient to legislate.
Second.
Second.
All right, I heard Representative Schmidt, who was before him.
No, Terry was before me.
Okay, I'll give you credit this time. It's not really a race.
Representative Schmidt,
Yep. And I'd like to say that this bill came to us as amended by the Senate. The sponsor brought in a new amendment to the hearing. And then all the people that are claimed to be involved spoke in opposition to the bill. So I've got to say it is not ready for prime time by any means. And I think that the stakeholders need to get together and agree if any changes need to be made. I'm not sure they are needed, we do have a process. So I'm recommending we just ITL this bill and let the sponsors. Representative Schmidt, do you wish to or speak to your second?
Well, I certainly will second the remarks you just made. And for me, the most important thing here is to have the buy-in of the indigenous people of New Hampshire, of whom I'm recently informed there are maybe as many as 10,000 Abenaki in New Hampshire right now. There is the commission itself is in some doubt with regard to the position they have, and they're not a majority on the commission of Abenaki, and this is something where their voice needs to be heard, and they are still developing. Even the people I've been speaking with are still developing their position on renaming of things and so forth. So your earlier remark about getting them to have a unified position is absolutely on point. So ITL is the right way to go here.
Okay. Representative Schultz.
Yes, and I will agree with what's been said thus far. And as I understand it, the renaming process as it exists today actually is working. And why fix something that isn't broken?
Excellent. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm just echoing what's been said already. I was going to originally suggest retention of this bill, but my question would be, if through some miracle they come up with an agreement for a bill for next year, do you feel that killing this bill in any way would put that in jeopardy?
It might, but it wasn't past the Senate, so they could introduce it through the Senate, I believe. And I hope it would be different enough that we could accept it in the House.
Correct. Thank you.
I think it also, if they more generically address the process for name changes rather than, that would be different enough that they should go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Representative Broda.
Madam Chair, I would not be in favor of retention only because there were so many significant issues with this bill that I really think that it's best addressed by the people who are involved. And I would be hesitant to change something that, as Representative Schultz said, is already working. So if we have a system that's functional, I would be very hesitant to change that.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Seeing none, the motion is inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 33, and the clerk will call the roll.
Representative Roy.
Yes.
Clark votes yes. Representative Pearson.
Yes.
Representative Yakumovich.
Yes.
Representative Pecos.
Yes.
Representative Allegro.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Lanzara.
Yes.
Representative Santonastaso.
Yes.
Representative Goley.
Yes.
Representative Short.
Yes.
Representative Judy.
Oui.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schultz.
Yes.
Representative Fellows.
Yes.
Representative Grayson.
Yes.
Representative Broda.
Yes.
Representative O'Brien.
Yes.
The chair.
Yes.
Consent.
Any objections to consent? Right, seeing none, we'll put that one on consent. Excellent. Right. Does anyone else have a motion on a bill that can be resolved as quickly as this one? No.
I move that you stop interrupting my pina colada time.
I beg your pardon?
I said I move that you stop interrupting my pina colada time.
Pina colada time.
Well, wouldn't want to interfere with anything that important. In that case, since nobody else seems to have any ideas, we will break now. We're resuming at 1 o'clock sharp for Senate Bill 155 and its non-germane amendments, to which we've all received more emails than we would believe. And,
Madam Chair,
yes, Representative O'Brien.
through you, may I ask if I can receive those amendments? I tried looking on the website and I'm having difficulty in retrieving those amendments. So I wonder if they could be sent to me during the lunch.
I'm sorry, I didn't. You're trying to read the amendment on the on Senate Bill 155?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I believe it was sent out. Ms. Smarling will probably get you an update.
Sure, I'd be happy to resend the amendments to everybody just to cover all bases.
All right,
Thank you very
thank
much.
you
I
very much.
appreciate that.
Sure.
Put them at the top of our email for one.
Which
yes,
is the
yeah,
one
yeah,
we're doing
yeah.
today. And also the non-germane amendment to Senate Bill 133 from Representative Walner.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay,
Madam
Representative
Chairperson,
Grassi?
you could add me to the mailing list. I would appreciate it.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Good point. Sorry, Representative Grassi.
Okay, we'll get that one.
No problem at all. Thank you.
I have a,
Yes, Representative
I-
Schultz?
my question is totally, what beach is Representative Roy on?
I think
I am on St. George Island in Florida.
Jeez, I'm going to take, in your honor, I'm taking my hat off and putting my glasses up.
All right, we will adjourn. We'll be back at 1 o'clock sharp. And thank you all for this morning.
Good morning's work.
I wasn't quick enough looking at it, but we have time this afternoon with executing Senate Bill 57, the pharmacy technician.
Damn it.
We were just talking about that.
Were you? What I loved was in the hallway when Bogart takes the lackey and pulls his coat down, and pulls out his gun and says, "This will get you in solid with your boss."
Yeah, oh, that's great.
This will get you in solid with your boss.
Wilmer.
Is that what is it?
Yeah,
And
he's
they
in a
were
lot
gonna-
of movies
they were
too.
gonna
He's in a lot of movies too, yeah.
Yeah,
They were going to sacrifice him.
yeah. He was in Shane.
He gives the guns to Gutman and tells him that a crippled newsboy took the guns away from Wilbur.
Yeah, right.
We set up a hearing on news review.
I don't know how we get going. on this.
You and I started it.
All right,
Oh, the theater.
movie night is over.
Okay.
And I'm opening the hearing for Senate Bill 155. Senator Bradley, who is the prime sponsor, signed up to testify, but I don't see him. There he is. Promote him and, ready, you issue on this bill? Senator Bradley?
Oh, good afternoon. I wasn't sure you were ready for me. I apologize. Thank you very much, Chairwoman McGuire and members of the committee. Pleasure to be here. For the record, Jeb Bradley, Senate District 3. So I sponsored this bill at the request of Governor Sununu. The intent of the bill was to enable the governor to end some of the emergency orders by placing into statute some of the provisions of the COVID pandemic initiatives that could go into statute, enabling the ending of some of the emergency orders. This bill was much longer when it was first introduced, and the Senate winnowed it down to the 9 provisions that are in the bill. And I think that even though there was quite a bit of controversy initially about this bill, that controversy has largely been dissipated because of what's in the bill. And I'll just very briefly touch on, those provisions that are in the bill. The first section deals with the Nurse Practice Act, and it allows long-term care facilities to create the position of a temporary health partner. The second
Excuse me,
provision.
Senator?
Yes, ma'am.
Could we ask questions of each section? Because they don't appear to be very much related.
You can, sure, whatever you would like to do.
All right, thank you. In that case, this is to be a permanent new level of licensure or not?
Hang on, let me refer back to the end of the bill. The prospective repeals. This would be permanent, yes.
Thank you.
And this position, I think if you look at line 18 of the bill, it's designed to assist LNAs in the daily tasks that they have to perform in long-term care facilities. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, the second section allows the Office of Professional Licensure to issue emergency licenses to, the following applicants: a medical provider that is no longer active in the state, a medical provider in another jurisdiction, someone accredited by the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education. So it just expands the pool, if you will, of licensed practitioners, and I think tries to resolve some of the workforce issues that we have around healthcare positions. Moving along on, and that would be a permanent change also. Moving along.
Section 5 on the EMTs. We put, that was in a separate House bill.
If
Is it
that's
the-
in a separate House bill, then I think it would not be necessary in this bill, provided, Madam Chair, you work with Senator Carson, make sure that, you know, it's going to go forward in the Senate, which it shouldn't be a problem.
Thank you.
Section 3 at the bottom of page 3 deals with the definition of pharmacy practice, and that allows the dispensing of the emergency use authorization of COVID shots. We have made it easier over the years for trained pharmacists to be able to administer vaccines. This just adds to that list. Section 4 on page 4. Section 4 on page 4 allows the pharmacist to administer a COVID test. Section 5 at the bottom of page 4, administration again of COVID vaccines. Section 6 is a temporary license for out-of-state pharmacies. Section 7, a number of summer camps are permitted under pre-existing conditions vis-a-vis the zoning in the particular communities that they have. And generally speaking, if you are unable to utilize a non-conforming use for a period of a year, you could lose that non-conforming use status. This allows the protection for pre-existing non-conforming uses for summer camps. I think that's a very important provision for summer camps throughout New Hampshire. Section 8. This was put into the bill by the Senate because of the difficulty sometimes of completing construction work for on a permit, to make sure that those permits move forward and don't just expire because of COVID. And then lastly, Section 9 is a temporary expansion of outdoor dining through 2023. So that was something that I think most people would agree in New Hampshire has worked pretty well. The Senate determined that it should be expanded, you know, for that period of 2 years and then analyze it again. And as you can see in the Section 10, that section is repealed at the end of 2023. And then sections dealing with the mail order pharmacies are also repealed on January 31 of 2022. So that's a summary of the bill, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you available to answer questions?
I'll do my best.
Thank you. Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Senator Bradley, for taking my question. My question is just quickly involves just Section 8 when it comes to school bus lights. Just to be sure, for clarification, this is just adding a provision to go along with the existing RSA 266. This isn't removing anything as far as the school bus lights and the requirements
Representative
for
Pearson, are you
warning lights.
Representative Pearson, are you looking at the bill as amended by the Senate? I think that may have been deleted in the Senate.
Yeah, I don't believe that's in there, Representative. We took out probably, if I recall, there were about 30 provisions in the bill that the governor gave to me. Because there were some that were fairly controversial, we did take some of them out and ended up with the 9 provisions that you see in the bill.
Okay.
Are there other questions for Senator?
I do
Bradley?
like your background though, Representative.
If you've ever been to Manchester, England, it will make a whole lot more sense to you.
All right. Representative Lacus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this may just be that I'm not familiar with the way, I haven't seen before how this is put together, but it's around prospective repeals and the effective dates. I mean, the way I read it under effective dates, it's paragraphs 1 and 2 of section 10 of section 10. I see what this is. Okay, never mind.
What's that?
We can got it figured out, I think.
Representative Baroda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Bradley, is there anything in the restaurant outdoor dining area that would overrule current town ordinances?
I'm just reading it. I suspect the municipal association is going to testify. That's probably, I don't see anything that overrules the town zoning, but that would be a better question to ask the municipal association.
Thank you.
Representative Fellows?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Bradley, I'm wondering about section 8, I think it is, the one about the construction. And I'm wondering why this is needed, because I would think that at this point that most of the municipalities have been able to start to address building permits. So why do you believe this is still needed?
I think this is one of those that you could be right, but I think it's safe to say that there are probably some communities where it is necessary. And as I recall, Representative, the testimony in the Senate, there was no opposition raised by this section.
Thank you.
Other questions of the senator? I have a question about the summer camps. Would restricted operations should we change it to show that restricted use during the summer of 2021 does not ungrandfather them?
Yeah. I don't know what, that's probably a question that the Association of Camp Directors could answer better. My assumption is that most camps are going to be able to open in 2021. But it may be wise to say summer of 2020 and 2021. I'll leave that up to your discretion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Goley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator, under section 5, Administration of COVID vaccines. I'm looking under 318 and currently under 318-16B, pharmacist administration of vaccines, currently includes the administration of COVID-19 vaccines. And I'm just curious as to why there's a whole new section creating 318:16F when pharmacists are already allowed to administer. I'm trying to look through this briefly as we have this.
You got me on that one. We've expanded the point was to allow the pharmacist to be able to administer the vaccine. And I think section 4 deals with a pharmacist and section 5 deals with a technician administration. So they may be just covered slightly differently in the statute. So they needed to be cited, one for the technician and one for the pharmacist. But perhaps somebody who has more expertise than I can answer that. I apologize.
Thank you.
Representative Blackus?
Yeah, I'm looking at 318-16B, and it deals with pharmacist or pharmacy intern, whereas section 5 of the bill deals with pharmacy technicians. So I guess it expands into pharmacy technicians.
Okay. Any further questions for Senator Bradley? This will be going to subcommittee. Representative Roy seems the most appropriate. So we will look at some of these questions. Other questions?
Just let me say thank you very much, Madam Chair, and always a pleasure.
Thank you. Mr. John Schmidt signed up to speak on this bill.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you. Please introduce yourself and talk to us.
Looks like he muted himself.
Yeah, it does.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm at 31 Green Acres Road in Keene. My main concern today isn't with the bill so much as it is with the amended bill that gives
In
me
that
some.
case, Mr. Schmidt, we are not discussing that amendment at the moment. We'll be covering it after we've completed the basic bill, and I'll call on you then.
All right, thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on the basic bill before the amendment? There she is. Lindsay. Got a couple people. Bring them up. Ms. Courtney has asked to speak.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Lindsay Courtney, Executive Director of the New Hampshire Office of Professional Licensure and Certification. OPLC wishes to express its support of portions of this bill directly impacting OPLC, specifically sections 2, 3, and 4. When the COVID-19 pandemic began, healthcare providers quickly moved to a telehealth platform in order to prevent and limit the spread of the virus. This, of course, legally posed a challenge for the state. The practice of healthcare is deemed to occur where their patient is physically located. So providers who typically provided care for New Hampshire patients in border states such as Vermont and Massachusetts suddenly needed a New Hampshire license to continue to legally provide services to those patients and to receive reimbursement from insurance providers for those services. Emergency order number 15 authorizes the agency to issue emergency licenses to medical providers who have a license in good standing in another jurisdiction. Rather than grant the authority to issue licenses to individual boards, this consolidated approach permitted the agency to issue licenses quickly using one simplified process. At present, our timeframe for complete application to licensure is 24 business hours or less. And to date, the agency has issued approximately 22,000 emergency licenses without a fee. 63% of psychologists in New Hampshire, 47% of marriage and family therapists, 45% of active licensed clinical mental health workers, and 45% of licensed independent clinical social workers in New Hampshire are practicing with an emergency license issued by the agency. OPLC has encouraged these providers with an emergency license to obtain permanent licensure if they intend to continue to practice in this state. But one of the most frequent questions we receive is how long the license will last. At present, the emergency order is tied to the state of emergency, which must be reevaluated every 21 days. Codifying the office's ability to issue these licenses through January 31st of next year would provide professionals and facilities with predictability as to the license term, and to ensure that New Hampshire constituents continue to have access to the care they need. OPLC fully supports Section 2 of this bill. Section 3, as mentioned, permits pharmacists and pharmacy technicians with certain training to administer the COVID-19 vaccines and tests. Obviously, it goes without saying that our pharmacists and pharmacy techs are trusted partners in the state's effort to quickly and effectively combat COVID-19. Accordingly, OPLC urges your support of Section 3. And Section 4 permits out-of-state pharmacies to ship investigational drugs to clinical trial participants who reside in New Hampshire and who are unable to retrieve the investigational drugs from out-of-state pharmacies. This emergency order essentially rose because there are several New Hampshire patients who typically travel to Massachusetts hospitals for participation in clinical trials where they receive investigational drugs such as Dana-Farber. When the transition to telehealth platform occurred, Massachusetts healthcare facilities were seeking to continue to provide such drugs to their patients located in New Hampshire. In order to ensure the continuity of care for this vulnerable and limited population, OPLC believes this emergency order must continue during the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Blackus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on Section 3, the pharmacist pharmacies, the one for, I think that's the one for the out of state pharmacies being able to ship in. Is that limited to just COVID-19 related?
I'm sorry, are you talking about the administration of the testing, or are you talking about investigational drugs?
Investigational drugs.
That's the bottom of page 5.
Bottom of page, okay, thank you. So I guess the question gets into the definition of limiting this to investigational drugs. I mean, I have a personal situation where I get specialty eye drops for dry eye that were made down at Mass Eye and Ear, and I had to travel down there quarterly to have that done, which posed a problem. I was able to find someplace up here that did it, but you know, I guess the question is, what's the definition of investigational drugs? Because there are some drugs that are made specifically for a person. In particular, those drops are made out of my own blood, so I can't get them as a general, you know, from a normal pharmacy. And would those be covered? And if not, you know, why not?
Yeah, I think that definition would have to be fleshed out in rulemaking. I do think that the situation you posed would meet that test of being an investigational drug. Typically, I think the way we've looked at it throughout the emergency, the state of emergency, is that if it's a drug that's essentially made for a particular patient, that's not necessarily goes through the FDA approval process, that usually meets the definition of an investigational drug. But I do think that that would need further clarification to make sure that we're, you know, encompassing all types of scenarios. The common situation that this has posed is really cancer patients or people undergoing clinical trials that were typically going down to Boston for their services. And then the move to the telehealth platform. That was the most common scenario that we encountered throughout the state of emergency.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Oh, excuse me, Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Courtney, could you please tell me about Section 1? Because Section 1 doesn't have an expire date, and these temporary health partners, I'm thinking, are not going to be temporary anymore, but they seem to have duties that are close to what an LNA has. And there doesn't seem to be any mechanism by which your agency would know who these people are. And I'm also just wondering how they would be classified in terms of, what category of employee. Because I'm thinking that the long-term care facilities, I assume they're reporting to somebody how they're about their staffing and how many RNs and they have and LPNs and all of this. Any insight you have on that, I'd appreciate.
Yeah, thank you for that question. The emergency order pertaining to temporary health partners was the result of much collaboration with stakeholders, including the agency and the Board of Nursing. So typically, New Hampshire, state of New Hampshire licenses LNAs. Other states have certified nursing assistants. Others have just basically anybody who meets the criteria, and it's approved by a Board of Nursing. In order for CMS to reimburse long-term care facilities for the services, at minimum, the LNA or CNA or whomever is functioning in that capacity requires an 8-hour course. Some states have taken the approach that an 8-hour course is sufficient to be an LNA or a CNA. New Hampshire has taken the position, I think rightfully so, that to be an LNA, you need 100 hours, which is really not a lot of time. So there was a lot of discussion throughout the emergency, the state of emergency, particularly at the beginning, about how do we get more healthcare workers into our long-term care facilities. Questions were raised about whether or not we lowered the existing standard for an LNA to 8 hours, from 100 hours to 8 hours. I can tell you that a lot of stakeholders, the Board of Nursing included, felt that that was not protective of the public. A lot of the complaints we received currently are disproportionately related to LNA care, and so the thought was that by decreasing standards, we could increase potential harm to patient care. So when the stakeholders collaborated regarding the temporary health partner, it was clear that this temporary health partner should not be functioning as an LNA, but they should be assisting the LNA. And with that language in place, the board and the agency were able to be, and I believe the department, although I don't want to speak for DHHS, were able to be supportive of that language. So this really codifies that collaborative efforts and allows people without the LNA training to enter the workforce in a long-term care facility, but they're not permitted to function as an LNA outside of going through the LNA application process. I believe there is some legislation pending that would permit one to essentially utilize their experience as a temporary health partner as a mechanism to transition to LNA. That was something that the Board of Nursing did support, and the office does support as well, provided that they do meet the minimum qualifications. Although it's important to note that CMS regulations do require, for reimbursement purposes, that an LNA attend a board approved program. So when you're drafting that sort of legislation, you need to make clear that that whatever education or experience this temporary health partner has needs to be board approved. I think that kind of goes outside the scope of what you're asking for, but that's the background behind this temporary health partner.
So
Thank
Follow
you.
up?
Follow up.
Yeah, thank you. That's exactly the kind of thing I'm looking for. I'm just wondering if you have any insight into, I'm not sure where this is in statute, because it seems to me that temporary shouldn't be part of the title anymore.
Yeah, so this would amend 326, which is the Board of Nursing Practice Act. And I would agree with you if it's, I guess it is temporary. I should throw it out there. It is temporary to the extent that per CMS regulations, hold on, I don't want to overspeak. If they are functioning as an LNA, which they are not, so never mind. I'm just gonna, never mind. Sorry. Scratch.
The licensure of temporary health partners to LNAs is covered under one of the sections of Senate Bill 133. It will be in subcommittee tomorrow, Representative Fellows, if you want to participate. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple of questions, if I may. First, are you here testifying on behalf of the Office of OPLC or both the office and the Board of Pharmacy?
Just the office.
Okay. And follow up? I just want to confirm that the boards are acting independently of the office when they make the decisions they are making. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what the decision is, but yeah, they have their own independent regulatory authority.
All right, because just a concern I heard in part of your testimony was if the board and the office both agree on a change. And my concern is what happens if you disagree?
I don't recall that part of my testimony, Representative. Could you clarify just so that I can clarify?
There was something that just came up and you stated that the Board of Nursing supported and the office supported.
Yeah,
And that's,
so,
are they independent of you?
yeah, which is why I made that distinction that both the board and the office supported, because I worked very closely with the Board of Nursing on this issue. And I can represent that the Board of Nursing was supportive of that.
Okay.
Thank you. Representative Broda.
Thank you. Ms. Courtney, last week we did hear House Bill 133, and I'm just wondering which was to include the hours that people were working towards the 100 hours, because at the time we didn't have enough LNAs. So now what we're asking to do is we're creating this position of temporary health partner, and this person would work. So what would this person would work under? Would this be somebody who's equivalent to an LNA?
No, this person works alongside an LNA and assists the LNA. When we were working with stakeholders to come up with this language, that was one thing that the office, DHHS, and the Board of Nursing wanted to make clear, that this person wasn't functioning as an LNA, because they had only, they will, on day one, only have taken an 8-hour course that doesn't include hands-on clinical experience.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Is the work that this person does, would that fall under the jurisdiction of the bill, House Bill 133, whereas if they worked for the 100 hours, then they would be qualified as an LNA?
So if both bills were to pass, then yes, theoretically, one could be a temporary health partner and work for 100 hours, I believe. And then if that language permitted it, they could transition to a licensed nursing assistant. And I'm planning on talking or hopefully speaking in subcommittee tomorrow regarding this. The only caveat is that language in SB 133 must be changed in order to allow Medicaid reimbursement for those individuals, such that 100 hours is deemed the equivalent of board approval. I can make that request during the subcommittee, but there is a technical change that must be made in order to permit Medicaid reimbursement.
Follow up?
Follow up.
And how would this part of this bill with the temporary health worker be coordinated with House Bill 133 that would allow the 100 hours that they do to count towards the LNA? Is that in this bill, or is this just, how is that going to work?
Yeah, that's a separate bill. So as I understand how the two bills would work together if they both passed, this bill permits the existence of a temporary health partner to continue. Because right now, if you're performing these activities, one could argue that it falls within the scope of the Board of Nursing. So this bill would make clear that one is permitted to perform those activities as long as they have an 8-hour course. Then they could accrue the 100 hours. And then if there was another statute that permitted them to use those 100 hours to transition to licensure, then they could do so at that time.
Madam Chair, last question.
Follow up.
Do you have any, are there any other bills that you know that haven't come to this committee that involves this type of licensure with LNAs?
Not to my knowledge, there is and I forget off the top of my head, but there is a bill that's pending that would allow EMTs and those with military occupational specialties to obtain permanent license as licensure as an LNA. And I believe that obviously would come before EDNA as well, but that's something that the office does support.
Yes. Representative Broda, that particular bill passed the House earlier and is currently in the Senate.
Yes, that's correct. I do remember that. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking the question, Ms. Courtney. I'm concerned about the new section that allows, it's page 4, line 30, that allows pharmacist technicians to administer COVID vaccines. It's been my experience over the years getting flu shots that I always have to wait to get an appointment to get my flu vaccine from the practicing pharmacist. To me, this looks like a pretty major change. And I'm curious what the thinking is going forward with this. I don't see this in the repeals.
Yeah, so this is consistent with existing emergency orders that are also consistent with the federal Health and Human Services guidelines that were issued. Essentially, we expanded the ability of certain healthcare workers to administer the COVID-19 vaccines in order to obviously roll out the vaccines quickly. So pharmacy technicians do presently have the capability of administering the COVID-19 vaccines under the supervision of a licensed pharmacy and are actually doing that. This bill is limited to the COVID-19 vaccine, and it still has to be under the supervision of a licensed pharmacist. So, OPLC supports it to the extent that, it's clinically appropriate. I think that the fact that nationwide, we've utilized pharmacy technicians in this capacity to assist with COVID-19 demonstrates that in this circumstance, it is clinically appropriate to do so.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
Thank you. I understand during the pandemic, the need for this, but we're hearing that it's likely folks are going to have to get probably annual boosters of this, same as my flu shot. And so this is going to be an exception for this one specific vaccine going forward. I just don't understand why it's not going to be repealed at the end of, hopefully at the end of the pandemic period.
Representative Schuett, that's a good question to discuss in the subcommittee.
Thank you.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had one more question before that I neglected to ask. You had stated that there had been, I want to say 22,000 licenses administered under the emergency orders. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was at no cost?
Yep, that's correct.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So do you believe that there should be some sort of a cost, even on a temporary licensure, due to the fact that there is a cost overrun associated with the board's processing these and the office processing that number of applications, that this is being passed on to current New Hampshire licensees, and it's not fair?
So you raised a good question, Representative. I can tell you when we first were working toward emergency licensure, we did not anticipate the large influx of emergency license applications. In terms of resources, yeah, we do. We have expended a great deal of resources just manually processing licenses. There is a provision in 310A that is similar to this, that once the state of emergency ends, that would allow the Office of Professional Licensure to issue temporary licenses for 120 days based on the same criteria. And it is our expectation that we would charge a nominal fee for that temporary license. But given the public health crisis that we were facing, obviously the agency, you know, in conjunction with the governor's office and working with the Attorney General's office, you know, I think that it was paramount that we get people in here in order to assist with the COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you. And it would be nice, hopefully, if some of that emergency money that came in would be handed over to the office to help out processing these emergency licenses.
We will take that under advisement. Representative Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, Miss Courtney, has to do with the simple pecking order, if you will. LNAs are kind of, well, they're not kind of, they're at the bottom of the pecking order here, and their pay is certainly reflected of that fact. You know, the pay for LNAs is bluntly horrid. So this temporary healthcare provider that's going to be, in essence, a new sort of level below an LNA, what on earth is the expected pay that you would see for this job, considering the fact that LNAs are barely making by as it is?
Yeah, thanks for that question. To be honest with you, I don't know. This emergency order was widely sought out after by the New Hampshire Healthcare Association. The agency and the board had some concerns regarding public protection. My general thoughts regarding the pay is I think we're never going to see the numbers of LNAs increase if we don't address the pay situation. Oftentimes, I think people view it as a licensure problem. It's not a licensure problem. Given that the work that they do, you know, they get paid at the same rate as, you know, somebody working at Dairy Queen on certain, you know, instances. I think that obviously is a huge part of the problem. So I don't know what these temporary health partners are getting paid. I would think that somebody from, you know, Healthcare Association or, you know, a long-term care facility could better address that.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
So in your opinion then, are we just not creating a classification that justify paying people less and less and less and less to do the same work? And I know you may not be able to answer that because it's an opinion question.
Yeah, I mean, my opinion is that we need to pay LNAs more. And I think that the rate of LNA pay is probably tied to the Medicaid reimbursement rate, which is totally outside my wheelhouse. So I think, but I think if you want to resolve that problem, that's something that the state has to look at.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Bailey?
Ms. Courtney, is there any reason why these first 4 temporary licenses just couldn't be extended indefinitely as opposed to having a sunset?
They don't have a sunset.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Makes it easier. Other questions for Ms. Courtney? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Representative Cushman?
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. I am here to testify on the amendment, the non-germane amendment.
Excuse me, we aren't there yet.
Okay.
So I'll call you later when we get to
I do have something to mention on the bill, though.
Oh, please say so.
I'm on the Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs Committee in the House. And as far as the section in this bill on pharmacy technicians and pharmacists, we already hashed out and passed, I believe it was on the consent calendar, a bill that does exactly what that section does. And
If you could send us that information, we would love to have it.
Sure. It's HB
Because
5.
we'd like to eliminate some duplicate sections if there are any.
Okay, it's HB 572, and it passed, let me see, 19-0 and was on consent.
Okay, thank you. We will consider deleting this section in deference to the House bill. Rob Tardif.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rob Tardif. I represent the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, and I have to first apologize for not being very familiar with this bill. It was just brought to our attention a little over an hour ago. What I would like to speak to, and I'm not sure if this is the time frame or not, and if it's not, I apologize for that as well. But we'd like to speak to the expansion of outdoor seating. Part of this bill, is this the appropriate time to
Yes.
express a few concerns?
Yes.
Again, I'm with the Subsurface Systems Bureau. I'm the administrator of the Subsurface Systems Bureau, and the responsibility of this program is regarding on-site wastewater or septic systems. And the allowance for the expansion of outdoor seating could potentially, in those facilities who are on-site wastewater versus municipal sewer, for instance, that could put them in violation of their state approvals for their septic systems. So we'd like to at least have those concerns taken into consideration. And as I've been listening, I understand that this may be going to subcommittee. So if it's appropriate, I can attend those subcommittee meetings, or I can give a couple of our concerns now.
Thank you. Well, I think the idea that we need to consider overloading septic systems is important. What is your other issue?
Well, it's not necessarily only wastewater regarding the department's concern, but it's also water supply. If these facilities are on a private water supply or a private well, the additional draw from those wells could bring those facilities into a different set of regulations regarding water supply. As far as the on-site wastewater goes, the systems are sized based on a proposed flow or an existing flow, and those flows are based on the number of seats in a restaurant. So of course, if you increase the seats, you therefore increase the flow. The septic system would not then be sized appropriately. It could encourage or the system may be forced into premature failure as a result of some sort of extended loading. The septic tanks may not be sized appropriately. The grease traps may not be sized appropriately. And then everything that the systems are based on is what's called lot loading. And lot loading is it's a site characteristic. It's based on soils, it's based on slopes and ledge and a number of other site-specific characterizations. And if the increased number of seats, which would increase that load, it may exceed what the lot that the facility is on, it may exceed that lot's potential or ability to manage that wastewater.
Okay, well, thank you. I think you've expressed.
Isn't this the amendment, Madam Chair?
No, the outdoor dining, the expansion of outdoor dining for several years is in the basic bill.
Okay, thank you.
So that would need to be considered at the subcommittee level if we need
Definitely a subcommittee material.
at that point. Okay, thank you, Mr. Charter, for the information.
Again, thank you for letting me speak, and again, apologize. I tried to register to speak, and everything was happening so quickly. I'm not sure I did it correctly. So again,
No
thank you for
problem with
letting me
that.
speak.
Matt Hood? Mr. Hood? Yes, you're recognized. Just unmute yourself. Promoting him.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Sorry for the delay in figuring out the mute and unmute buttons. I trust you can hear me now.
Yes, we're here. Fine.
I actually recognize that there was an amendment that was being offered that you're not speaking to now, but I did want to respond to Representative Goley's question to the
If you
extent
could
that it would be
introduce
helpful.
yourself first.
Of course, my name is Matthew Hood. I'm the Vice President of Government Relations at Dartmouth Hitchcock. Dartmouth Hitchcock is obviously on the border with Vermont, and the state of Vermont has issued essentially temporary licenses through March of 2022, and there's not a fee to that. I can't speak to Massachusetts and Maine, though I assume Ms. Courtney could, or find out the information to that. So I just wanted to share that information for your consideration about the question about fees.
Thank you. Lisa English.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lisa English. I'm the Special Advisor for COVID-19 Response and Recovery. I'm here on behalf of the Governor's Office. As you've heard, Senate Bill 155 was designed as a vehicle to codify selected emergency orders put in place as a result of the pandemic. The legislation is designed to provide the state with that ability to continue these targeted measures as we move into the next stage of the pandemic, in recovery of the pandemic. Senator Bradley and Director Courtney have addressed, I think, almost all of the questions that I certainly would be situated to be able to speak to. The only addition I would add is that with regard to the pharmacy technicians, on October 20th of 2020, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services issued a guidance document recommending that pharmacy technicians be allowed to administer the COVID vaccine, the COVID-19 vaccine. And that's part of an emergency order. It's emergency order number 79 that led to that provision in this particular bill. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I believe any of the notes that I had for unanswered questions have been addressed by the earlier speakers, but I wanted to make sure you knew I was available.
Okay, Representative Schuett has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. English. Since you addressed the question that I proposed, my issue is not so much enabling pharmacy technicians to administer vaccines during the crisis period. My issue is that it's not included in the repeals, and we're hearing that it's likely that these vaccines will have to be administered annually, the same as flu vaccines. And this is a new provision to allow these technicians to administer this specific vaccine shot without repealing it at the end of the pandemic.
So thank you for that question. I don't believe the guidance from the federal government was limiting it in time either. However, the goal of this particular legislation was to offer that vehicle for these discussions. So we don't take a stance at this point as to whether or not that should be included as it a sunset date or as it currently stands without a sunset date.
Thank you for that clarification.
Representative Blackus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So related question, and that is, would there be any reason not to, or any objection to just expanding this to the pharmacy technicians being able to administer, any, basic vaccine?
Thank you for that question. I would defer to OPLC as well as the Board of Pharmacy as to what would be appropriate for pharmacy techs to be able to administer.
Thank you.
Other questions for Ms. English? Seeing none. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on the basic bill, not the amendment? So please raise your hand. Okay, we've got someone. Margaret. Ms. Burns, you can unmute yourself and talk to us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Margaret Burns. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we do not have a position on Senate Bill 155, but we do have a couple of comments, and I would also like to respond to some of the questions asked at the beginning of the hearing. The first question on Senate Bill 155 is sort of a technical one that's probably better for the subcommittee. It's relative to sections 7 and 8, the sections on summer camps and construction. We would suggest that if this bill passes, those sections not be codified and instead be passed as a session law, meaning that they would not be published in the published versions of the law, but they would still have the full force and effect of the law. And the reason for that sort of technical suggestion is that those sections relate to very specific, discrete issues, and not codifying them, particularly the section on summer camps, which would be added to RSA Chapter 674, would help prevent some already very long and complex statutes from not becoming longer and more complex. So that's a very small technical change. I do want to comment and respond to the question about Senate Bill 155 and its sort of interaction with town zoning and town ordinances. And this would be the expansion of outdoor dining section. The bill does recognize a local role in the approval process for expansion of outdoor dining in the section that talks about expansion that would occur on shared spaces or on a shared space. And this would include expansion onto municipal roads, expansion that goes into the sidewalks, into municipal street parking spaces, or other municipally owned or managed property. But there could be clearer language if this legislation were to pass. There could be clearer language about the applicability of local rules, regulations, and ordinances relative to the expansion of outdoor dining. And I can share with the committee our experience at the Municipal Association when this emergency order came out, the emergency order that put this language first out there. There was a fair amount of confusion about what that meant, the shared spaces expansion and the local approval process. And we worked with the Attorney General's office to help advise municipalities that that was meant to mean that local rules and regulations still apply in the expansion process. But the subcommittee does have an opportunity here to make that language a little bit clearer. Our other concern would be that the language may create ambiguity with regard to the applicability of building codes, fire codes, potentially other safety or health codes. For example, the original emergency order from where this language comes had language in it about the safe use of tents for outdoor seating, and that language is not found in this bill. So I think there is an opportunity here for that language to be fleshed out a little bit and made clearer. There was also a question earlier, I believe, from Representative Fellows about the section on construction, municipal construction, during the state of emergency. And the question was whether that section was still needed or whether cities and towns have gotten back to their normal practices with issuing building permits and going through those processes. Our information and observation is that most things like that have returned to normal. So the section may not be necessary, but I also don't see it as doing any harm if it's included in the legislation. So that concludes my testimony on the bill itself. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just reading this briefly, I have one quick question on how a city or town defines this. On page 8, lines 8 and 9, the outdoor dining area shall be clearly delineated and distanced from the public. Can you tell me how you distance from the public when you're allowed to be on a sidewalk or a street?
That is language in the way I understand that language is that's part of the permission that the state is giving if the dining establishment is able to meet those standards. Those are not municipal regulations or standards. Those are requirements that the state is putting on the outdoor dining establishment to meet. So local rules and regulations don't necessarily use that same language. That's language in the bill that the state is basically telling the food service establishment or restaurant they need to meet in order to be able to permanently expand their outdoor dining. But to your point, there are many terms in this part of the bill that aren't defined and are not clear, like that they are allowed to expand permanently if it can be done safely. And what the word safely means is not defined and could be subjective to the person, approving it if there's no definition of the term. So that's another issue that I would suggest the subcommittee might want to look at here, as well as terms like the ones you're bringing up that are not defined.
Thank you. I agree with that.
Right, Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question would be also that you would like probably to see included, not to put words in your mouth, but I don't see anything in this as far as ADA compliance. And the example of the city of Nashua, we have put ramps in off the sidewalk down to the associated dining area so that handicapped friends can enjoy the outdoor dining and not have the barrier of a curbing.
That's an excellent.
Okay.
That's an excellent point, Representative O'Brien. Municipalities have an obligation to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act, and that actually includes access to public spaces like sidewalks. They have an obligation to do their part to make sidewalks accessible to all individuals, including individuals who use wheelchairs or have other disabilities, that the sidewalk needs to be maintained in a certain way. And so this goes back to sort of the relatively ambiguous language about being subject to local approval if it's on a quote shared space. That has been for the duration of the state of emergency and this order being in effect via emergency order, that has been routinely interpreted to mean that municipalities can put those regulations or can put those requirements on restaurants as they expand to comply with certain rules about the ADA, to comply with rules about sidewalks, use of the street, obstruction in roadways, but the language could absolutely be clearer. And as we all remember from as things were unfolding during the pandemic, issues were being dealt with very, very quickly and actions were needed very, very rapidly. But to the extent that this committee wishes to pass legislation to continue to extend outdoor dining, there's a real opportunity here to fix some of the language and to make it better if it's going to be put into statute and extended longer.
Follow up, if I may.
Follow up.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Such as in the case of Nashua, I'm on the infrastructure committee. When we put the barriers up, because we do take one lane of Main Street, we made sure that they were Jersey barriers for the public safety. Do you think that's something that needs to be taken into account when you're accessing a public way, or local common sense would apply to the municipality to do such?
I think that our municipalities are well equipped to make those decisions about what is needed to make outdoor dining safe. And that is exactly the kind of considerations they need to make. If a restaurant is going to expand partially into the roadway, I've seen it in Nashua, I've seen it in Concord, they're expanded out into what would normally be a parking spot out into the road. The city or town needs to be able to come to the restaurant owner and say, we need barriers, we need, these particular steps to be taken to keep safe both the traveling public and the dining public. And that's why it's important that those local rules still be in place, even if this legislation is passed.
Thank you, Ms. Burns, for taking my questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Burns, thank you for bringing up the concern about this sentence about shared space where it says coordinate and seek approval from local authorities, as I was confused about that because of its ambiguity. And I'm hoping that the intent is that they will need to obtain approval from the local authorities. But my question is, do you think that this section about expanding the seating into the outdoor could run into an issue with, for example, a restaurant with a lot of land outside it could put in many more tables than their indoor capacity is, even when full seating is allowed, and that would run into some local ordinances and approval for occupancy and that sort of thing that municipalities would be concerned about?
That's a great question. And I think those are potentially the types of issues that municipalities look at when expansions of use, expansion of business, expansion of a building is done, is they look at those particular types of issues, and they are the properly situated entity to look at that and make decisions about what is safe and what should be permitted in their community. So the example you give is very specific, so I can't really comment on that specifically, but certainly issues with occupancy, and we heard earlier about issues with water and sewer load on buildings as well. We heard those comments, and I think what is so sort of amazing about this sort of thing is the amount of impacts that a simple expansion can have. It can be hard to sort of anticipate all of that, but municipalities are there at the ground level looking at these issues and making sure that the expansion is being done safely, and it's taking into account sort of all the moving parts that go into expanding the size of a building or expanding a business, and the impact it has on the community as well as on the business. So I think it's another good example of potentially a local issue that could come out of this.
Yes, thank you for your response. And I also want to thank Mr. Tardif for bringing up his issue.
Thank you. Other questions? Oh, excuse me, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Burns, thank you very much. This is obviously, as you're aware, a fluid and situation that's also in flux. So my question is whether you're going to be available for the subcommittee.
Yes, absolutely. And I understand that the subcommittee meeting is tomorrow, if I have that correct, but whenever it is, I am available to assist in any way I can.
I don't believe the subcommittee has yet been scheduled.
Sorry, I misheard that. Sorry, Madam Chair.
It's a different subcommittee tomorrow.
Understood.
Actually, okay, never mind. Representative Broda?
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to ask the same question that Representative Schmidt asked, because I did find that the local issues that each town has and that they're familiar with handling should have the flexibility that they need should be in this bill. So I'm very pleased, and I wanted to know if Ms. Burns and Mr. Cardiff would be available for the subcommittee meeting, because I do believe that it's going to Representative Roy's subcommittee, who I see has his hand up, and I'm a member of that.
Okay, Representative Roy.
Thank you for taking my question. When looking at this, I'm trying to find a way to match the intent of the law with the various hurdles that we're hearing. And at the end of the day, it sounds like the law would be kind of pointless, because at the end of the day, we're suggesting that it has to go through all the things that it currently would have to go through. So is there any way that, in your view, from your association's view, that this law could pass and still have the intent of enabling this outdoor dining without doing it exactly as if this law had never passed?
That's a great question. And what I would say about the intent, and I think I referenced this earlier, what I would say about the intent is when this language was put into an emergency order back in whenever it was, last spring, last summer, we understood, and we have been operating with our municipal members under the understanding that even the emergency order was meant to continue to allow a local role in the process of expanding outdoor dining. So I think there is still an ability to have this statute be meaningful while allowing municipalities to exercise the not only the authority, but also the responsibility they have. So a meaningful way to make it clear that their authority with regard to regulating streets, parking, sidewalks, things of that nature still all stay intact. I think it's possible to do that. And I would also say, and I'm certainly not an expert in this area, but when I look at the language of the statute, it does reference licensure under a separate state scheme, right? I believe it's 148-A. So I believe the other intent perhaps of this statutory change is to impact the state licensing scheme, which would not be a municipal issue. So there's, I think, that intent going on here as well with this part of the bill.
Follow up?
Follow up?
Thank you. Okay, so as the chair of the subcommittee, I would just say that I'm coming to it with a blank slate. I'm ambiguous either way. But I want to look at what the intent of the drafters was. And I want to also, I'm hearing a lot of issues. I'm hearing septic issues. I'm hearing zoning issues, fire issues. So please take, and if you can, let me know if you're able to, prepare both ways, a solution that the association will be comfortable with, instead of just all, because I think we've heard all these things. Can you get something like that together?
I certainly can try. Yes, I can try to put something together that will address exactly the point you're making. Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay. Are there other questions from the committee? Mr. Aidan Moore.
Good day. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, please introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you. My name is Aidan Moore. I'm the legal coordinator for the State Liquor Commission. And I wanted to certainly make myself available to the subcommittee on those issues. I also wanted to point out to the committee members that in existence currently is a statute, RSA 178:24. And RSA 178:24 was recently amended in 2018 and expanded. And this is the vehicle that the commission uses to allow a licensee to extend the service of alcohol outside of the four walls of their licensed business. And as a part of this, this provision allows the business to come to the commission and present plans and diagrams, etc., and that the petition must conform to local zoning requirements, including written reports from local officials who I think, as Ms. Burns testified to, had a variety of issues on health and fire and access and things of that nature. And that the commission has the ability in its discretion to deny a petition under this section if they see a risk to health, safety, or welfare to the community. Now, I think in Senate Bill 155, some of this is duplicated. And without spending too much time, it does promulgate the commission. It does tell the commission under section 4 that it needs to revise its administrative rules under Liquor Rule 404.04. And with the concerns that exist, as I've been listening to the testimony, I think if this provision is it needs to be harmonized, I guess would probably be the best way for me to describe it, with the existing provisions of 178.24. And it may very well be that after the subcommittee takes up this matter and reviews 178.24, it may determine that maybe this bill is duplicative. But I certainly wanted to make the committee aware of the statute 178.24 and to make myself available to the subcommittee in their work on this particular piece of legislation.
Thank you very much for that offer. We'll be taking you up on it. Are there any other questions for Mr. Moore? I don't see any. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on Senate Bill 155 and not the amendment? Mr. Tardif.
Hi, thank you again, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that I would be happy to and welcome the opportunity to attend and sit in on the subcommittee meetings.
Thank you. We will expect that.
Thank you.
Other people wishing to testify on the basic bill? Seeing none, we will move on to Amendment 1149, and I call the sponsor, Representative Baxter.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a representative from District Rockingham 20, representing Seabrook and Hampton Falls. And this amendment to SB 155, which is 2021-1149H, would prohibit the state of New Hampshire and any of its political subdivisions from mandating the COVID-19 vaccine, vaccine passport, or any other immunity documentation or discrimination against anyone for not receiving the COVID-19 vaccine. In addition, this amendment prohibits the state of New Hampshire from entering into any contract or distributing any taxpayer money to any private business that requires a COVID-19 vaccine passport or immunity documentation of its employees or patrons, or in any way discriminates against an employee or patron for the refusal to receive a COVID-19 vaccine. Vaccine passports could discriminate against people flying, traveling, trying to get a job, or even something as simple as going to the supermarket. Many are concerned about the disproportionate impacts as something as simple as requiring an ID for things like voting. This would have an even more disproportionate impact on those same marginalized communities. Imagine the impact that a vaccine passport could have on these communities. As we slowly move out of the COVID-19 pandemic, we can be a society that values freedom, or we can be a society that segregates people into groups and then discriminates against one of these groups because they make different medical choices than the other group. Arguably, the primary purpose of government is to protect the rights of its people. One of the most fundamental rights is the right to bodily autonomy. Medical decisions need to be a discussion between people and their doctors, not politicians and CEOs. Vaccine passports are also a gross violation of medical privacy. New Hampshire State Constitution, Part 1, Article 2B states, an individual's right to live free from government intrusion in private or personal information is natural, inherent, and essential. Any moves from government to mandate the tracking of the COVID-19 vaccine recipients would be a violation of this section of the Constitution, and this amendment serves to strengthen the resolve of this state to protect the privacy of its citizens from government intrusion, but also serves to make a statement to the private sector that taxpayer money will not be used to support violations of medical privacy or infringement of the right to bodily autonomy. In conclusion, vaccine passports are a violation of medical privacy and are also a violation of our bodily autonomy. Vaccine passports could lead to widespread discrimination, especially against marginalized groups. I urge everyone on the committee to support the amendment 2021-1149H to protect the individual right to my body, my choice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are you available for questions?
Yes, I am.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm not aware of any mandatory vaccine orders or any vaccine passports. What I received when I got my vaccine, it was just a card. Other than political rhetoric, is this even a thing that we need to be worried about?
Thank you, Representative, for your question. This is a preemptive measure to prevent something like a vaccine passport that businesses or government agencies could put forward in the future. UNH is putting forward a vaccine mandate, so that would be one example. But this is a preventive measure to prevent the types of discrimination that I was talking about above. Thank you for your question.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up.
Thanks for the reminder on UNH. So would the way that your amendment is written bar UNH from setting rules like that, which would be intended only to keep their students safe?
So yes, this would bar UNH from having a vaccine passport because this bill prevents any government agency or private business that receives taxpayer fund, and UNH would fall into that category, even though they're not a business. I guess they're a nonprofit, but any nonprofit that receives government fund as well would be barred from mandating a vaccine passport on their employees or their customers. And I would just, to your point about the intention of keeping their students safe, and I think there's some other people that were going to testify to this as well, but there's debate about whether mandates actually lead to higher vaccination rates and whether they actually may cause a lack of public trust and therefore less people to get the vaccine. So I think, in my opinion, it's very much in debate as well, Representative.
Madam Chair, follow up?
Representative Schultz, you may follow up with a question, but you are not to debate the witness, please.
Fair enough. I'm just confused because you used the term vaccine passport when previously you were speaking about mandating vaccines. Again, I don't think anyone's talking about vaccine passports in New Hampshire, but the mandate for vaccination, you're saying your amendment is written in a way that the intent would be to prohibit UNH, which is a state agency, to not be able to require vaccines of their students, correct?
Thank you for your question, Representative. This would deal with both mandates and vaccine passports, and that's preemptive in that sense that if a government agency or a business or a nonprofit was going to start to require a vaccine passport, UNH is requiring a vaccine to attend graduation. So I do think that's a very real example of sort of slipping down that slippery slope.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, the language of your amendment not only speaks of vaccine passports, but it also says any documentation. So if a nursing home or hospital is keeping track of its employees' vaccination status or their rejection of vaccination, how are you going to keep from prohibiting hospitals and nursing homes from protecting their patients with such language as any documentation?
Thank you, Representative, for your question. So there is an exemption in this piece of legislation or in this amendment, and I believe that exemption deals with your concern.
And a follow-up, Madam Chair, it exempts hospitals, does not exempt nursing homes. And there are 3 or 4 of them that I could think of in Dover alone, where I live and serve. So is that not a conflict?
Representative Schmidt, that is something that is due, since exempting hospitals is in the bill, the subcommittee should consider whether or not they should also exempt nursing homes.
Okay, I was asking the representative.
Okay, well,
What's the specific question?
The question, well, this is obviously going to the subcommittee. Are you going to be available for the subcommittee?
I'm potentially available for the subcommittee, sure.
Okay, thank you.
very good. Are there other questions for Representative Baxter? Seeing none, Representative Cushman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Representative Leah Cushman. I am first term state rep for Ware and Deering. I am on the Health, Human Services and Elderly Affairs Committee. I'm testifying today in support of this amendment. And sorry, just trying to pull it up. Thank you. Under the virtues of medical ethics, the patient right of self-determination or bodily autonomy is paramount. Physicians and nurses must respect the medical decisions of every patient, understanding that they are individuals with independent moral agency, values, beliefs, and culture, who all deserve the right to make their own decisions without coercion. In other words, my body, my choice. For a doctor to deprive a patient this fundamental human right would result in disciplinary action by the medical board, malpractice lawsuits, and potential loss of their license to practice medicine. Physicians and nurses like myself are expected to ensure this right, and so also must any places of public accommodation. So any place that's receiving taxpayer money, rather, sorry. In the era of COVID-19, there is an increasing tendency to marginalize and discriminate against people who decline medical treatments or devices, such as vaccinations or face coverings. This trend is reaching a pinnacle with the advent of so-called vaccine passports. May not be in a bill for New Hampshire this session, but it is on the horizon and it's being talked about. We are devolving from a nation that protects the rights of its citizens to have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness to one in which rights are only afforded to some based on their private health information. Papers, please. With increasing pressure from government and media for businesses to require customers to use a medical device or to receive a vaccination, those who decline are subjected to hardship by having limited places to meet their family's needs, allowing the development of a two-tiered society in which those who decline a medical intervention are discriminated against is contrary to the value of equality. We value equality in New Hampshire and we guarantee equal rights. The right to an education in public schools is not denied to any children based on their vaccination status. Even doctors and nurses are allowed exemptions from vaccines by employers. Bodily autonomy applies to everyone, including patients in hospitals, including staff in hospitals. Your workplace should not require that you are forced to take a treatment or a medical product that carries inherent risk. We can't allow this to continue. Expert opinions change, science is subject to correction, but human rights must remain intact. Private health information is private. It's up to us as a governing body to stop this propulsion toward a technocratic society in which expert opinion reigns supreme over basic human rights. History shows us where we are headed. Remember how Jews were treated as unclean in Nazi Germany. Remember how Black people were treated under Jim Crow. Remember how HIV patients were treated just as recently as the 1980s. Businesses and government must not be permitted to create a medical caste system. Therefore, this amendment is necessary to protect the rights of all Granite Staters, to maintain privacy over their health information and ensure they're not marginalized for exercising their right to self-determination. Thank you.
Questions for Representative Cushman? Representative O'Brien.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Cushman, I'd like you to put your nurse's cap on for this in particular. I understand what you're trying to do here, but do you see any other equal overreach, such as if this amendment went through, a student entering into the school system has to provide some documentation of immunization? Do you see any overreach into that area as a nurse? Do you see any particular overreach into that area that would stop a student from providing that type of information to get into school?
I don't know if overreach is the term, but there are exemptions for vaccination requirements for schools in New Hampshire. We have religious exemption and we have medical exemption. So there are, belief systems to take into consideration. People have the right to act according to their conscience and their truly and sincerely held religious beliefs, as well as any medical may prevent someone from getting a vaccination.
Okay, thank you for taking the question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Allegro.
No, my question was answered well by
Thank you.
Representative.
Representative Bailey.
Thank you for taking my question. Are you perhaps concerned that this amendment underreaches in that everything is called COVID-19? And what will we do when there's COVID-20 and the North Pole variant? And these things will perhaps won't be covered and we'll have passports for those in the future.
Sure, I think that, we have a dangerous precedent being set with the way that government is reacting to COVID-19 and businesses as well. We're seeing kind of backpedaling on advancements in medical ethics that have occurred over the last 70 years. And I would definitely like to see this expand to any and all medical treatments or vaccinations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Cushman, you mentioned that for students, they need to provide proof of vaccinations to their schools, but there are exemptions for medical or religious reasons. So should we ever get to the point where there are passports, would you be okay with it if you could get a passport saying you had a medical or a religious exemption? And then passports would be okay.
Thank you for the question. I would not support such restrictive exemptions to having, to being able to carry out your activities of daily life. I think that even the requirements for schools, any reason that someone objects to vaccination, whether it's conscientious, philosophical, religious, cultural, should all be valid reasons. No one should ever be forced to take a medical treatment against their will. And no one should ever be marginalized in society for not taking something that they don't want to take.
Thank you.
So follow-up? Follow-up? Yes, one is fine. So the passports, they don't require, the passport would not be a requirement that somebody get vaccinated. Isn't that correct?
Representative Fellows, you're trying to debate the witness. I think that's inappropriate.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I was just trying to get a clarification on exactly what her position and any modifications might be.
Thank you for the question. Madam Chair, if I may.
Please.
Thank you. So you're correct. It's that a vaccine passport is not technically a mandate, but by placing a requirement for someone to have something in order to participate in various areas of society, you are coercing people into getting a vaccine. It's like a backdoor mandate. And many people, because they wish to participate in society like others, who don't, many people who don't want a vaccine, but wish to participate in society like they always have and like everyone else has the right to, may give in because of these coercive measures, so it's a backdoor mandate.
Thank you. Representative Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. We've discussed with regard to, personal autonomy with regard to these vaccinations and mandates and such. But could you speak a little bit to the privacy aspect to it? So a question you just got was, what if I had a passport that showed that I was exempt for religious reasons? Wouldn't that, in any event, reveal a private medical decision or choice I had made to someone that was not privy to it?
Representative Cushman?
I'm sorry, the representative cut out. Can you repeat the question, Representative Roy?
Yes. You talked about the individual autonomy as far as making medical decisions and not being forced by the state, but could you address the privacy issue? A question you got related to passports said, well, what if the passport said that you were exempt? Isn't the fact you made a choice to be exempt also a private medical matter that would be then exposed?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I agree. It is a privacy issue. There are only specific, very, what's the word? Yeah, I guess just very specific instances in society where that people are privy to that information. And it's, under FERPA for school officials. It's under HIPAA for medical professionals. It's not, there's no precedent, and it's never been that anyone in society can ask you this private information about your religious beliefs or your medical history.
Thank you.
Other questions for Representative Cushman? From the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative Cushman. And I would call Lisa English. Ms. English?
Without getting her shot.
Doesn't seem to be with us any longer. She signed up to speak. Fine, I'll call Representative Harvey Bolia.
Hello. Thank you for my comments. I'm just calling in support of the amendment. And I just wanted to make an additional note that I don't believe a passport should be, I think is a good idea, because even having a vaccine passport required in any case would mandate that somebody has to go to the doctors.
Thank you. You're breaking up. Could you please introduce yourself and repeat that last comment? I guess not, okay? No, that's her. The other people are here. That's the rule. I'd like to mention to the people that are here for the amendment on Senate Bill 133 that it is not going to start at 2:30. It is more, I believe we can postpone it until 3:30 based on the number of people who've signed up to speak on this bill. So please take a break. We will get to it today, but not for at least 45 minutes. Thank you. Representative Harvey Bolio, you're back. Could you introduce yourself and finish your comments?
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know what you heard, but just to reiterate, I'm in favor of the amendment, and I do not believe it is appropriate to require any sort of papers, any sort of visit to a medical facility. So, and that's the main reason. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Would you introduce yourself first before you leave?
Yes, I'm Representative Juliet Harvey Bolio, representing the towns of Tilton and Samberton.
Thank you. All right. Other people who signed up. Mr. Schmidt, John Schmidt.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, there's not much I can add to what Representatives Baxter and Cushman said, but I'll just mention my own personal feelings at this point. I will never get vaccinated. I don't believe in the germ theory of disease. I believe in the terrain theory of disease. So I don't believe that we need vaccines to protect us from so-called germs, real or not. In this particular case with COVID-19, it's highly questionable whether there is a virus because no one's isolated it. But so I don't want to be coerced into getting one of these vaccine passports. And that's why I strongly support this bill. And I feel that if you don't control your own body, you are a slave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Beth Daly. To unmute yourself and speak to us.
Great. Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Beth Daly. I'm the Chief of the Bureau of Infectious Disease Control at the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm here to provide information on SB 155FN as amended. The department is not taking a position on this bill, but we wanted to provide some accurate information relative to Section 9, which is prohibiting COVID-19 vaccination requirements. As you all know, immunization is considered one of the most important public health achievements of the last century, and they've prevented millions of illnesses, disabilities, and deaths here in the United States. In New Hampshire, we have been providing the COVID-19 vaccine now for 5 or so months, and the COVID-19 vaccine specifically has already prevented millions of illnesses, thousands of deaths in the United States, and in New Hampshire, it has reduced our COVID-19 deaths by 92% since we introduced it, which is really great news. These COVID-19 vaccines are authorized for use by the FDA. They are not investigational drugs. Clinical trial data for all of these authorized and recommended COVID-19 vaccines were carefully reviewed by the FDA to make sure that they are safe and effective, and there were no shortcuts taken. Now, because vaccination coverage is not 100%, nor are these vaccines 100% effective, there may be some settings where implementing vaccine requirements are going to be important. And one example of this is in healthcare settings. Many healthcare facilities already require certain employee vaccinations to protect the lives of their most vulnerable patients. One example of this is the influenza vaccination. And this is an accepted part of working in healthcare because first you want to do no harm to your patients. We see that there is an exemption for medical facilities in this proposed bill, but the language suggests that employers are making the determination of what a direct threat constitutes for themselves, which would likely lead to inconsistent application of the law throughout the state. It also opens the door for future restrictions on immunization requirements and may have other unintended consequences. For example, there are laws in place already that require certain vaccines for children to enter school, and these laws are critical to public health and they must not be jeopardized. This proposal is also problematic because in order to comply with state and federal COVID-19 requirements, employers and healthcare facilities must take employee COVID-19 vaccination status into consideration. For example, after an employee has been exposed to COVID-19, they do not need to quarantine if they have been vaccinated. However, if they have not been vaccinated, that employee does need to quarantine and cannot go to work or school. Under existing law, people already have a choice of whether to be vaccinated. Unfortunately, a person's individual decision on whether to be vaccinated puts others who are vulnerable at risk. And it makes sense that in some settings, such as healthcare, we also have an obligation to protect those vulnerable persons. I also want to draw your attention to the fact that there is another bill circulating through the legislature, House Bill 220, Medical Freedom and Immunizations, which provides for a very similar policy proposal. So if nothing else, this non-germane amendment is unnecessary as there is already another bill addressing this topic. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Daly? Representative Bailey.
Could you show me, perhaps hold it up so I could see it, your smallpox passport or your tuberculin negative tests or?
Thank you, Representative Bailey. I'm not sure that's relevant.
Question.
Yes, Representative Allegro.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. You cited some interesting statistics, but I would note that they're strictly correlative. And if you have a background in science, you know that correlation is not causation. So how do you know that any change in the rate of infection or in survivability has anything to do with the availability of a vaccine?
Well, fortunately, we have access to patient level information that's able to make these determinations for us. So if you look at our long-term care facility outbreaks, which we were experiencing at very high rates, there were many, over 100 long-term care facilities that were impacted by COVID-19. And once we started vaccinating these facilities, these outbreaks stopped occurring, even though we were experiencing significant community transmission of COVID-19. So these were really protected because they had such great vaccination rates in those settings. And when you look at who's dying right now in New Hampshire, it's people who are not vaccinated.
I waive the follow-up. It's okay.
Thank you. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Dr. Bailey. Daly, sorry. I'm just curious, you mentioned another bill that has similar or the same tenets in it. Do you know which committee that bill went to?
Yes, it was in the HHS and Elderly Affairs Committee.
Thank you. That seemed to me a more logical place for this kind of issue. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions for Ms. Daly? Seeing none, I call Martin Kohler. Excuse me, Representative Schmidt.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Daly, thank you very much for being with us today. This committee hearing format is very restrictive, as you know, questions and answers. So the subcommittee that's going to be held will permit more of a dialogue to eventuate. Will you be available for the subcommittee?
I will try to make myself available for that. Obviously, my time is quite limited as we're still responding to the pandemic, but I certainly will do my best to contribute in some way.
Thank you.
Or perhaps one of your associates would be available, one of your colleagues.
Thank you.
Mr. Kuldorf.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for having me. My name is Martin Kuldorf. I'm a professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School, and I've been doing vaccine research for almost 2 decades. I'm a huge fan of vaccines, and I have 2 concerns about vaccines passports. One is that we have spent many decades trying to promote vaccines and ensure vaccine confidence for all vaccines. And by trying to do coercion, that limits the trust that is necessary for vaccines. Trust is a fundamental principle of public health, both that the public trust public health authorities, but also that public health authorities trust the public. And by trying to do a coercion that may reduce the trust in vaccines and vaccine confidence, and not only for the COVID vaccine, but also for other vaccines like influenza vaccine and childhood vaccines like for measles and polio and so on. So that is a major public health concern with vaccine passports and vaccine mandates, that it will reduce the confidence in vaccines. And I think we've already started to see that even just discussing mandates and passports. The other concern is that COVID is a very, anybody can get COVID, but the risk of mortality, the risk of death is more than 1,000-fold difference between the oldest and the youngest. So what's most critical is that we vaccinate older people, because they are the ones who are at risk of dying. And we still have a shortage of vaccines, less so in the US now, but certainly worldwide. So if we mandate vaccines for younger people who are at very limited risk for this disease and less so than annual influenza, that means that there's going to be less vaccines available for older people, both in the United States, but also very importantly around the world. For example, now there are huge outbreaks in India and Brazil and other countries, and old people there do not have the vaccines available to them that they need. So that's a global issue, but I think we all need to think globally about these things. So those are two public health reasons why vaccine passports are not a good idea. And while the intention is to reduce mortality, they may actually increase mortality and also affect the confidence in other vaccines, not only COVID vaccines. So thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Will you take a question?
Happy to.
Very good. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So, Doctor, your testimony is very interesting, but the amendment that we're looking at not only speaks of vaccine passports, but it says any documentation regarding vaccination. So are you saying that there should be no record of people who are getting the vaccine on whatever basis, that there should be no record of it, and they should have no way of demonstrating whether they have had a vaccine or not?
No, that's a good question. Certainly not. Vaccine records are important, both so that people can remember if they are vaccinated, but also in the healthcare setting. It's very important that they are in the electronic health records, that they are records that a certain person was vaccinated, because that determines whether they should be vaccinated later on, for example. So registering, to have a registry of vaccines or to have it in the health records is a very important thing and a very good idea. The problem is if there are mandates or passports that require people to be vaccinated to, for example, go to a restaurant or attend the university and so on.
Follow, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
Thank you very much, Dr. Professor. There's going to be a subcommittee on this, and would you be available for the subcommittee? Because this is an issue that is a very complex with regard to how this would be handled, and your expertise would be invaluable. Would you be available?
If it's the schedule at the time when I'm free, then certainly yes, I'd be willing to talk to the subcommittee.
Thank you so much.
Representative Roy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Since you said that you had been studying the subject of vaccines and epidemiology for quite some time, could you tell me, if you know, what the success rate or how it's turned out in countries around the world that have mandated vaccines and mandated vaccine documents?
So for COVID, those are very limited now, so I don't want to speak to that because I think there's not enough follow-up to determine that. There are certain vaccine requirements, for example, for hospital personnel for influenza vaccines, and there are certain requirements for travel vaccines. But I think in general, there has never been proposed ever the kind of vaccine passport or vaccine mandates that are being discussed currently around the world.
Follow
up. I don't know if you heard me follow up.
I did not hear the follow-up question. No, I'm sorry.
No. Representative Roy, are you hearing me? I don't know if he wants to.
Do you hear me now?
I do. So follow up.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you for taking one more question. Expandable on that. I'm aware that there are countries that, leaving COVID aside, we can talk about smallpox or pertussis or other things, that mandate vaccines. And I was wondering if you had any insight into whether that actually increased the rate of vaccines in those countries, or whether if it had positive or negative outcomes. Do you have any information on that?
I don't know of any country that mandates this whole population to have a vaccine domestically. I'm not aware of that, of any such country. The mandates I'm aware of are specific to, for example, people working in a hospital, or there is mandates to travel to certain countries in Africa. You need to have a yellow fever vaccine.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. Kulldorff? Okay, see none. Thank you. Lori Schreier, you can unmute yourself and speak.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Lori Schreier. I'm a resident of Westmoreland, New Hampshire, and I urge you to support the amendment to SB 155 prohibiting state-supported discrimination of persons who do not receive the COVID vaccine or provide proof of vaccination status. I urge you to take the action to protect individual privacy, liberty, and freedom in bodily integrity and medical decisions for New Hampshire citizens. Myself and my husband and many other New Hampshire citizens that I know are not ready or willing to be part of an experimental medical trial for the injections currently only authorized for emergency use for COVID-19, with clinical safety and efficacy trials not scheduled for completion until 2023. With so many reports and possibly unreported adverse reactions, no guarantee of efficacy, and no long-term studies for safety, any type of coercion to take the COVID-19 injections would be unjust and irresponsible at this time. Every day there are news reports to the vaccine adverse event reporting system of serious adverse events, injuries, and deaths occurring in close proximity to these experimental shots. And new information keeps coming out, for example, from Israel, which started vaccinating earlier than most countries, indicating heart problems when younger people are vaccinated. Furthermore, there is no documented proof that the shots stop the spread. In fact, as evidenced by more and more breakthrough cases of COVID coming to light in fully vaccinated people, it does not serve us to instill the notion that workplace and public spaces should exclude unvaccinated people to make them safer. Please support this amendment and protect New Hampshire citizens from discrimination for choosing not to take the experimental injections or showing proof of injection. Also, please take note of all the references included in my written testimony, which I submitted yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schreier. Will you take questions?
I will.
Representative Shua has one.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Schreier, you mentioned that you're waiting to hear results of tests and experiments and so forth. If all of those come back validating the 90% efficacy rate that they are producing right now, would you then be willing to take the vaccinations?
Well, I will say that that totally depends on the efficacy of the studies and also on the adverse events that are starting to be more and more reported. And the long-term studies for 2023 is still not as long as most vaccines have had, and this is not a normal vaccine. This is very different, my understanding, from the definition of a medical vaccine in history. So I would not say yes or no, but I would most likely be very, very cautious to say yes.
Thank you. Other questions? In that case, I call Paula Minahan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Paula Minahan, Vice President, State Government Relations for the New Hampshire Hospital Association, representing all our hospitals in the state. We're testifying only on the amendment, as you stated earlier, and we don't have any concerns with the underlying bill, but we do have concerns with Section 9 of the amendment that is being discussed. While there is an exemption for medical facilities on page 2, lines 24 and 25, the language is very unclear to us, and Dr. Daly kind of stated that, and we agree. The direct threat, which is defined on page 2, lines 20 to 30, do require an individualized assessment of the individual's present ability to safely perform the essential functions of the job. That effectively means to us that all hospital employees would need to be individually assessed to determine if the standard could be met. That would mean, since New Hampshire hospitals employ approximately 41,000 employees, that would be a requirement that we believe is not feasible and equates to an unfunded mandate. Hospitals care for sick patients, including those that are have contracted COVID-19. They must ensure that their staff, their patients, and others that enter the hospital are all safe. The amendment does not address public safety and/or public health, which must be contemplated when considering safeguards focused on privacy related to the COVID-19 pandemic. For these reasons, we do not support Section 9 of the amendment. And I think Representative Schuett might have suggested that this be contemplated or moved or considered in HHS, which, as Dr. Daly said, House Bill 220 and other bills related to this topic were in House HHS. So just a thought. And House Bill 220 is currently in Senate HHS with Senator Bradley's committee. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the opportunity. Oh, and excuse me, can I just mention a colleague, Courtney Tanner, would like to testify, and I'm sure Representative McGuire, you allow for others, but she was not able to, she registered but did not check the right box. So if you would.
We will ask for other people who wish to testify.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Representative, very much.
And Representative Lekes has a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The number you mentioned concerning the number of employees that you'd have to do individual assessments for, I mean, would you actually have to do that for all of them under this amendment, or only the ones that chose not to get the vaccine or not to provide any documentation they'd had the vaccine?
Well, potentially, depending on how this was worded, if depending on, again, I'm just indicating that that's how many employees potentially would need to go through that assessment. I need to read it because the exemption only applies where a direct threat exists. Again, I find the language in the exemption very confusing. And so the way I read it, and maybe I'm just misinterpreting it, but you have to determine the direct threat. And the only way you determine the direct threat by definition is if the individual, it has to be on an individual poses a direct, the determination that an individual poses a direct threat. So I'm not quite sure, in order for the hospitals to comply with this law, if passed, it could potentially require them to go through that process for thousands of employees. That's just hospitals too. I think there are others, other healthcare facilities that may, and providers testifying today or have indicated their concerns. We're just representing hospitals, but long-term care facilities and others, other physician offices could be in this, also impacted. Thank you.
Representative Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Paula, would it not also be the case, I know you represent the hospitals, but wouldn't this bill, if passed in this form, would it not also implicate essentially every doctor's office and all their employees as well?
Yes, I think the exemption is limited. It does not define medical facility. Sorry, I just lost the paper. Does not define medical facility. Typically, these bills, when you define a medical healthcare, it's usually a healthcare facility, and it's usually under RSA 151, which is where hospitals and long-term care, home care, a number of facilities are licensed. As you know, because you're EDNA, doctors' offices do not fall under a health facility license. They fall under the Board of Medicine. But if the intent was to address all medical providers and facilities, yes, it would also impact the doctors, as well as community health centers, community mental health centers. The list could go on.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
One.
Thank you. So I am the chairman of the Stratford County delegation and have intimate contact with our Riverside Rest Home, which takes care of about 200 people. Isn't it the case that there's a fair amount of interaction between nursing homes, which I understand you don't represent, but nursing home patients frequently go to the hospital and come back? Would it not also implicate nursing homes and all their staff, and would they not also be involved with the language of this amendment?
Oh, absolutely. Yes. They are also licensed under health facilities, and you're right, I don't represent them, but yes, they go back and forth frequently when they need medical services. They will be transported to the hospital, and or if they have to be admitted to the hospital. So yes, I believe that they would be included. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Paula.
Other questions for Ms. Menahan? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Laura Condon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, yes, we hear you. Please introduce yourself and
Certainly. My name is Laura Condon. I live in Bedford, and I am a volunteer New Hampshire Director of Advocacy with the National Vaccine Information Center. And as such, I'm often a contact point from various members of the public, parents, legislators, medias when it comes to regard to vaccines. It's hard to follow the presentation of Representative Baxter and Representative Cushman here in presenting this bill. I think they are made tremendous presentations representing that this bill is timely and appropriate and is needed to protect the public against vaccine mandates that we're now seeing beginning to occur at UNH and other places. I should mention and make a correction here to what Beth Daly testified. These COVID shots are not FDA licensed. There is a distinction. They are allowed to be used under emergency use authorization only. There is a very scientific and legal distinction between those two processes. And I think that the public should be aware of that these vaccines have not been fully evaluated for safety and efficacy. There was also, she also mentioned about represented there was a decline in deaths. I actually work for the insurance industry, and last week we had an actuarial presentation. We were looking at how COVID impacted life insurers and health insurers. It was noted that there has been about a 10% increase in deaths for life insurers. Not an increase that the industry couldn't handle. That's certainly manageable. And it is not unlike the increase that the life insurance industry will often see in a bad flu season. So this has been seen before. What these type of death increases often see in a subsequent year is a significant decline in deaths, as the most frail and the most elderly have died in the previous year. Bringing a vaccine on the market cannot claim credit for that natural decline in deaths because there are less elderly and frail people. So it's a misrepresentation.
Excuse me, Ms. Condon?
Yes.
This is fascinating, but if you could concentrate your testimony on the bill in front of us or the amendment in front of us.
Okay, the point is that correlation is not causation when claiming benefits of these vaccines. I believe that it is important to protect against vaccine mandates and the passports. The vaccine adverse event reporting system that the CDC relies on has already recorded 486 adverse events in New Hampshire from these COVID shots and 33 deaths. We are also seeing COVID vaccines experience failure. DHHS has reported already 24 cases and 2 deaths from COVID following vaccination, and they're expecting more. Some of these vaccines are quite hazardous. In fact, we've all seen that the Janssen Vax was suspended. Their use was suspended because of blood clots and deaths. The Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices voted last Friday to allow this vaccine, this particular COVID shot, back on the market, but it was a split decision, 10-4. The 4 dissenting members were terribly distressed that it would be allowed back on the market without disclosing and warning the public of the hazards that they are made aware of. The direct threat language here mentioned in the bill is an equal opportunity employment provision and provisions of the ADA and civil rights protections that hospitals cannot force vaccines without making appropriate accommodations. And I think given all these concerns, this amendment that would allow protection against vaccine mandates and against vaccine passports is timely and needed. So I do urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Condon? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify who hasn't yet? Okay, there's some people coming up. Let me bring you in. Gina Balkas.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the committee. I'm Gina Balkas, and I'm the CEO of the Granite State Home Health and Hospice Association, which advocates on behalf of home care, hospice, and palliative care providers and the people they serve. Our organization opposes Section 10 of this amendment, which would create Chapter 9G as it relates to COVID vaccination status and documentation. First, it's important to know that home care and hospice providers care for many of our most vulnerable citizens in their own homes. And the safety of our staff and our patients is our highest priority. Home care and hospice agencies have encouraged staff to receive COVID vaccines, but we respect the rights of those who choose not to be vaccinated. I am unaware of any association members that are mandating COVID vaccines for their staff. But this amendment would prevent providers from requesting vaccination status from their staff. And it's important to know that it's essential that agencies know which of our staff have been vaccinated and which have not, as their status may impact which patients they are assigned to care for. Patients who have certain medical conditions, are severely immunocompromised, or who themselves are unable to be vaccinated are at higher risk of contracting COVID-19. So agencies may choose to adopt special PPE protocols for unvaccinated staff. That's not discrimination, that's good medical practice. In addition, in home care and hospice, because these staff are going into people's homes, patients can decline services from specific staff. So I will tell you that in the past couple of weeks, I have heard from agencies who are getting requests from patients to only send vaccinated staff to their home. And so agencies have to do their best to honor these patient requests. The direct threat clause on page 2, line 20, and the medical exemption that applies to medical facilities. We believe that so home care and hospice agencies are defined as healthcare facilities under RSA 151. But the direct threat clause is really unworkable because, as Ms. Menahan stated, it would require a healthcare provider to evaluate each employee's potential threat to patients. And home care and hospice agencies need to be able to adopt policies that apply consistently to all unvaccinated staff and not be required by law to assess each unvaccinated employee. So I respectfully request that you find Amendment 1149H as inexpedient to legislate. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Balkis. So you raised one of the issues that we had not explored up to this point, and that is this home care situation. Can you give us a rough estimate of how many people are in home care in New Hampshire, and also how many people are providing that care?
So the average daily census in home care agencies, at least among my members, and we have 43 agencies that are members, is about 10,000 patients on any given day. I don't have handy how many employees there are, but it's well over 10,000 in order to care for these staff, for these patients.
Follow up, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
So if these staff are going from house to house, providing home care, they are incredibly vulnerable, are they not, to infection if they're not protected in some fashion?
Yes, they are vulnerable, as are their patients. And so that's why during the pandemic, PPE was of the, protective gear was the utmost importance. And why we're also thankful for the vaccine. But as I mentioned, we totally respect the right of staff who choose not to get the vaccine, but we need to be able to know who they are in case accommodations need to be made.
One more follow-up, Madam Chair.
One more follow-up.
Thank you. So the thing is that to the degree that you have patients and staff interacting with lots of people, they're not only vulnerable, but they're also potential vectors. Dr. Daly, in her testimony, talked about the degree of efficacy, in other words, of the vaccines in the nursing homes, which was contradicted by Ms. Condon's testimony. So I believe that Dr. Daly was talking about not preventing deaths, which is what Ms. Condon was talking about.
Question, Representative
Yes,
Schmidt.
I'm asking my question, Madam Chair. Not everything can be said in 2 words. So to the degree that that the people are being vaccinated, now that there's a vaccine, is it not the case that you're having fewer infections as a result in your experience with your clients?
I really don't have that level of data, Representative Schmidt, to be able to answer that question.
Okay, and would you be available to the subcommittee?
I will do my best to be available to the subcommittee.
Thank you much.
Other questions? In that case, Lily Williams. And
Can you hear me?
yes, we can
Well,
hear
thank
you.
you. Thank you,
Please
Madam Chair.
introduce yourself and please don't take the 10 minutes you asked for.
Oh, I know. I just did not know. I'm kind of new here. So, and my name is Lily Tang Williams. I moved here 18 months ago from Colorado. And living where I'm here to represent myself to strongly support this amendment. I was born and grew up in communist China. As a little child, we all lined up in government schools without parental consent or choices. We all lined up like little ducks and to get all vaccines that the government wanted us to do. And then we were tracked by household registration system, a national ID with a booklet. You have no privacy at all. And in schools that we have a student file that document everything about you. So we were not treated really like a human being, supposed to have a little bit privacy, zero privacy. I mean, they could have basically come to your home to sit on your bed and talk to you. So I come to this country when I was about 24 years old. I was desperate to get out of China because I feel like my life there was not really worth living. It was like a good little slave. And if you do something they want you to say, behave the way they want you to behave, you're okay. You have okay life. But otherwise, you can get locked up and you can disappear. I had a little bit brain and intelligence left. I was planning to leave for a new country called America, but I had to get a permission to even go apply for my passport. And I had to plan my political strategy to citizens that want me to say in order to get a passport. So now here we are in this country. Many years later, I am an American citizen. I'm really worried about the trend that our government is going down. Our country is going down. It's really not good. I'm very terrified, worried for our country, especially last year when this China Wuhan virus come to the world, come to this country. I saw how our civil liberties all just went down the drain. The free America I had in mind for the sake of public health and security, we were supposed to obey everything that the government wants us to do and shut down business and wear masks and getting vaccine. And do I have a choice? What if I don't want to get a vaccine? What if I don't want to carry another similar, some kind of ID card to track me, make me have no privacy as an American citizen in this country? I don't want to live in China. I love this state. I believe our motto, live free or die. Remember our founding father said, if you give up your liberty for security, you will end up to have neither. I have been warning people for years about this country is going down this bad path, dangerous path, more totalitarian, more bigger government, more big tech corporations, more everything to control individual citizens like me. I am smallest minority on earth. I am a Chinese immigrant who knows what it's like to live without freedom, without privacy, and you're not treated like a human being either, without dignity, without pride, and without anything. Might just be like a little animal, right? I object to mandatory vaccine requirement. I reject passports that would be like China's social credit system, put a little code on your cell phone and track you everywhere you go, like today's Chinese, 24 hours a day. and you will have no privacy, and then you have no civil society, you will have no civil liberties. This is not even partisan issue. So I want you to hear my personal story, my personal experience under a totalitarian country, and I appreciate your time. And I will be willing to talk to anybody about this, and I'll be willing to go to your subcommittee, and I'm trying to get my stories message out to save my new country. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Are there any questions? Don't see any. So thank you again. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on the amendment to Senate Bill 155? Someone?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Courtney Tanner, and I'm the Director of Government Relations at Dartmouth-Hitchcock.
Yes, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'd like to focus my testimony today on the amendment, specifically Section 9. We have serious concerns about this amendment. Our mission and our primary responsibility is to provide quality care in a safe environment. Hospitals and healthcare facilities employ a variety of strategies in order to ensure a safe environment. And one of those elements of the safe environment is a healthy workforce. As Paula Minahan pointed out, we have significant concerns about the exemption as provided in the amendment. Implementing this exemption would be more than an administrative burden for us. We really see it as near impossible for the reasons that Beth Daly pointed to also. Dartmouth-Hitchcock Health employs over 13,000 employees. It's our responsibility to ensure that all of our employees are healthy and prepared to serve our patients across the entire state. We want to highlight that we do have religious and medical exemptions available to our employees for our annual influenza program. These exemptions are working. Finally, I just would like to note that Senator Bradley highlighted that we are navigating severe workforce challenges when he introduced the original bill, Senate Bill 155. We don't have the ability to simply move staff around and who refuse vaccination. So we are significantly concerned about the implications if this amendment were to pass. We believe that this amendment would significantly impact our ability to staff our hospitals and would therefore impact patient care and access to care. We strongly urge this committee to oppose Section 9 of this proposed amendment. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Allegra?
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Tanner, for taking my question.
Of course.
I'm going to guess, but please answer my first question, then I'll ask her follow-up. Did you just hear Ms. Tang's testimony?
I did have the opportunity to hear her testimony.
Great. How would you address that? How would you address her experience that you described?
Representative Allegra, that is also fascinating, but I'm not sure it's relevant to the bill in question.
Okay, well, I'll ask another question if I may.
Please.
So we've heard plenty of testimony today of those who would prefer to not receive the vaccination, and other testimony of many thousands who might not. So my question is there any reticence at all about forcing so many thousands of citizens to be injected with an entirely new form of medication and then force them to produce papers upon the insistence of the government or other private citizens?
How I would respond to that is that we do roll out an annual influenza program currently at Dartmouth-Hitchcock Health, and our employees do have the ability to seek religious and medical exemptions. So we're certainly not forcing any vaccinations, and the exemptions that we have available to our employees are working well.
Follow-up, please.
Follow-up.
That's a question that describes current policy, but the policy in the future that this amendment seeks to protect against is different. So I ask again, do you have any reticence about forcing so many thousands of people to take a new medication that they prefer not to?
don't think that's an appropriate question.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt, before Representative Schmidt asks this question, Ms. Tanner, would you be able to support the subcommittee?
Yes, I'm happy to make myself available.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
You already asked my question, Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, any other questions for Ms. Tanner? All right, seeing none, I call Aaron Penkachik. Or something similar.
Pinkasic, that's close enough. Thank you, Madam Chairman, for allowing me to testify. Most of the points that I wanted to make have already been made, right? And I'm not here to be a proponent of vaccinations or not. I think it's taking a vaccine of any type is a personal choice, and people can do what they need to do there. But the concept of having a requirement to have paperwork of some kind to show that you have had a vaccine in order to live a normal life, to me is just absolutely foreign and wrong. And I really resonated with Lily Williams' testimony a couple of people ago. Citizens should not have to give up personal freedoms to live a normal life. Right? And it was mentioned earlier that doing this grants special privileges to a certain population while limiting others' access. So I'm not even going to go into the medical concerns that I have on this, but I'm going to come at it from a constitutional perspective. To me, this is an issue because it says you have to have a vaccine. Some people, like myself, have had COVID, and so we have natural antibodies. Right? So why would I need to get a vaccine? I don't believe I need one, given that I've had COVID, which, by the way, amounted to 3 days of mild cold symptoms for me. Texas and Florida have already passed similar legislation to what we're talking about here in this amendment. And it's been ruled as unconstitutional at the federal level. So despite the fact that it's being talked about there, it looks like it's not going to happen as a nationwide mandate. This particular amendment, by the way, and reading through it, it addresses entities that benefit from state funding in some way. My belief is that this amendment needs to be amended so that it expands it to all entities, public and private businesses. Most of you, I'm sure, are familiar with RSA, what is it, 354-A:16, right? Which basically, it says equal access to public accommodations is a civil right. One of the reasons there is your creed, and others have mentioned exemptions for religious and medical reasons, right? But to do what we're talking about doing with any sort of documentation confirming that you've had a vaccination is in violation of this existing state law. I think this amendment should be expanded to all entities. There's a quote here that I thought was interesting that I'll close with by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, one of my heroes. He said, "We too, born to freedom and believing in freedom, are willing to fight to maintain freedom. We and all others who believe as deeply as we do would rather die on our feet than live on our knees." And we're headed toward living on our knees, as Lily so eloquently described. I ask that you find this legislation ought to pass. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I neglected to do that. Yeah, I'm Aaron Penkasic. I live in Hollis, New Hampshire.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Penkasic?
Perfect.
All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on the amendment to Senate Bill 155? Yes. Mr. Juvit, when you can unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dave Juve. I'm a Senior Vice President with the Business and Industry Association. We are the statewide Chamber of Commerce and represent primarily private sector for-profit businesses. I'm here speaking in opposition to the bill. I apologize, I may have been called earlier, but I was called away to a different hearing, but I'm glad I had the opportunity to speak. We object to this because essentially it's the state inserting itself into private sector businesses and telling them what they can and cannot do in terms of ensuring a safe and healthy workplace for their employees. These types of vaccine requirements are already common in the healthcare industry for the influenza flu vaccine, and employers recognize that there are some people that may prefer not to be vaccinated for religious or medical reasons, and they are exempted from this. In fact, I think even employees who may not want to take it for any reason can request an exemption. They will most likely be required to wear masks, but in today's environment, everyone's wearing a mask anyway. So my primary point is please resist the urge to tell private sector employers what they can and cannot do to try and ensure a safe workplace for their employees and their customers. And then I know it was mentioned earlier, but I want to emphasize there's already a House position on this issue. It's House Bill 220, which has passed the House and is now in the Senate, and it goes further than this bill. It relates to all vaccines, not just COVID-19, and it relates to all employers, not just those employers that may have a contract with the state. So it seems somewhat senseless for me for this committee to be considering this more limited amendment when you've already passed a bill. There's already a House position on this issue. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? I have one. If you're opposed to the amendment, why are you suggesting that House Bill 220 is okay?
We're opposed to House Bill 222, Madam.
Thank you. That explains it perfectly.
I was just using that by way of making sure the committee understood that this issue has already been addressed by the House.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So good afternoon, Mr. Gervais. I take it you've read the bill quite closely.
I've read the non-germane amendment quite closely.
That's what I'm talking about, the amendment.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so follow up, Madam Chair.
Follow up.
So does it strike you that the amendment, that's what we're talking about, is quite comprehensive and would effectively impose these restrictions on a great majority of New Hampshire businesses?
Well, thank you for the question, Representative Schmidt. I believe so. I don't have a sense of how many private sector businesses contract with the state, but I suspect it could be in the thousands. I asked Commissioner Arlinghouse that question, and he also was unsure, but speculated that it was 1,000 or more. So it is certainly a lot of private sector employers.
And follow up. So do you think the bill is workable in terms of the restrictions it would impose on the businesses that it would impact?
Our fundamental objection to the non-germane amendment is that is the state inserting itself into the private sector and telling employers what they can and cannot do in terms of trying to maintain a safe and healthy environment for their employees and their customers. I'm not sure how you go about fixing that unless it's to remove the section relating to private sector employers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Allegro.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Gervais, for taking my question. Does the state insert itself into private business matters in other areas?
That's an excellent question. And in many cases, there are many examples with other legislation I can think of that the BIA has also opposed. For example, we opposed a mandatory requirement for paid family leave. We were certainly in favor of a voluntary program. We were opposed to mandatory payment for accrued but unused vacation time. And there are probably a number of other areas where the state has tried to tell private sector businesses how to best run their businesses, and we are generally in opposition to those.
Thank you.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Gervais, for taking my question. As we know, these variants are becoming more communicable. Don't you think businesses have the right to protect their employees, not only just the employees themselves, but also their businesses? And we know isn't there evidence that once one employee contracts COVID-19, that it could spread throughout the business, shutting down that business for days and costing a loss of revenue for that business?
Thanks, Representative Goley. And it's nice seeing you again, by the way. I miss not seeing you on the Labor Committee. Yeah, I think that is a very real world concern that employers have. And I might add that the BIA supported legislation that both the House and Senate have decided to park or back burner relating to establishing a legal safe harbor for businesses who are doing the right thing and complying with federal and state health and safety guidelines. Both chambers have decided that issue needs more study. So businesses are not only concerned about what's in the best interest of their employees and their customers, but they're also concerned about potentially not being able to implement something now and then end up being sued over it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on the amendment to Senate Bill 155? Yes, there we go. Ms. Burns?
Good afternoon. Again, I'm Margaret Burns with the New Hampshire Municipal Association. NHMA is opposed to the non-germane amendment. And to be clear, we do not have a position relative to requiring vaccines, but along the same lines of the testimony from the BIA, we do oppose legislation that supplants local authority and decision-making with state mandates and puts new requirements on cities and towns. Section 10 of the amendment prohibits a political subdivision not only from requiring a person to receive a vaccine or provide proof of a vaccine. Even more concerning, it would prohibit a political subdivision from contracting with a private business that requires vaccines or proof of vaccines, and then treats a violation of that provision as a breach of contract that would render the contract voidable. This creates an interference with local decisions, and it's a burdensome responsibility because, as I read it, it would require municipalities to somehow monitor the actions of private businesses and employers with respect to vaccines so that they could then take that into consideration when deciding whether they are able to enter into various service contracts with private vendors and businesses. With respect to the section on outdoor dining, I won't reiterate the concerns that I expressed in the Senate Bill 155 hearing. They remain the same. The language is very, very similar. The only additional thing I would say is that the amendment obviously makes the extension of outdoor dining permanent, and it would seem more prudent to go the route of Senate Bill 155, which does the extension through 2023 and allows there to be some kind of assessment before that time period runs out about whether it should be extended further. So we are opposed to the non-germane amendment, and that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? right, seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on the amendment to Senate Bill 155? All right, seeing none, I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 155 and its amendment. And we will take up the non-germane amendment to Senate Bill 133 in 5 minutes. And I would respectfully request anyone who is here just for 155 to leave the meeting. Thank you.
Expect this one to be long. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be that onerous, but well. we'll see what they say.
Sorry. Is that? Short break to
Hi, Mary Jane, Representative Wallner. We're taking, I don't know if you heard, but we're just taking a short 5-minute break before we resume.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
It's unmuted, the video is on.
Mary Jane.
Yes. Hi, Sally.
Hi, it's warm and sunny up here.
It's sunny here. I don't know if it's very warm, but it is sunny. It looks great outside.
Yeah, it seems pretty nice.
Finally,
You
we have
look
spring.
great too, Mary Jane.
Hello, Peter.
I don't have my camera on, but I guess you recognize those dulcet tones.
I did.
I'm going to turn off
That
my
was a long
camera.
hearing.
We will resume as soon as our clerk gets back. He's making
Good.
very sure.
Five-minute breaks never are.
Correct, correct.
Is that Atlantic time?
Huh?
Is that Atlantic
Anytime.
time?
Anytime.
Anytime.
Let's see.
Yes.
Oh, you're waiting for us.
Oh, for the clerk.
Oh.
Yes.
The hell with me, yeah.
I'm not gonna volunteer to do that.
Exactly. All right, thank you.
Wise choice.
Thank you all for coming. Welcome to ED&A. This is the hearing on a non-germane amendment to Senate Bill 133, and I call on Representative Wallner to present.
16.
Thank you, Chair McGuire and members of the committee. I'm Mary Jane Wallner. I'm a state representative and I represent Concord, Ward 5 and Hopkinton. The non-germane amendment number 1162H deals with the qualifications to be an associate teacher in a child care program. These 3 lines were in House Bill 230 that this committee retained earlier this year. House Bill 230 dealt with several areas of child care licensing. This amendment is very narrow and only deals with one section of the bill. I am bringing this before you today for your consideration because child care programs are facing a crisis in not being able to hire for vacant positions. This amendment would just add an additional pathway for people to become employed in child care programs as associate teachers. After House Bill 230 was retained, I had several child care providers reach out to me and ask me, what does it mean to have a bill retained? Those of us in the legislature, of course, understand that language, but to the public, it's not quite so clear. And I explained to them that the bill would be dealt with later in the session and that we would probably not see the bill out and becoming law until a year from now. But the hiring crisis is now, and child care programs need our assistance. I know you will hear from child care licensing who will tell you they are doing this now through waivers. And this will continue until the state of emergency ends. But none of us know when that will be. But when it does end, childcare providers will still need the flexibility in hiring. Will this solve all the problems in hiring employees in childcare? Of course not. This just offers another pathway to enter the field.
The employment solutions for childcare are ongoing, and it will take a long-range plan and lots of action to accomplish the kinds of workforce we need in childcare. This amendment is only a small piece to a bigger puzzle, but it will help in the short term. With more and more people returning to work, childcare is an important support for both parents and children. You will hear from childcare programs that because of the hiring crisis, there are programs closing, and many are not accepting the number of children they cared for before the pandemic. A shortage of childcare will provide barriers to many people trying to return to work. An adequate supply of childcare is an important part of building a strong economy. This amendment is one small piece in providing childcare that is needed by our New Hampshire families. I thank you for your consideration of this amendment, and I know this committee has done a lot of work on childcare licensing, and I appreciate all the work you have done, and I appreciate the committee and the chairpersons allowing me to bring forth this amendment today, and I am open to questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Lekes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm generally supportive of this idea, but I have a couple of questions just to put it in context. The first one is, without this, what are the current requirements for someone like this to become licensed? So, current requirements versus what this would put in place.
I believe the current, I no longer work every day in the childcare field, even though I was a childcare provider for over 45 years. But I believe currently in the rules, you need 9 college credits to be an associate teacher. Though the the licensing bureau did reach out to me and inform me that they are providing waivers to that at this time. So something very similar to this amendment is happening now by waiver, and it will last through the state of emergency. My thinking is that at the end of the state of emergency, it will still be very difficult for childcare programs to hire staff, and that they will need this in place for the future.
Follow-up?
Follow-up.
Okay. The other question is, this is being put in 170E11, which is rulemaking, and the other things in here tend to be general areas that the commissioner should adopt rules for, whereas this seems to be setting up sort of another path for certification. And I don't remember offhand just where that is in the RSAs. Just wondering why it ended up in this section.
I actually was not the sponsor of the original bill, House Bill 230, and I took this language directly from 230. So I think I'm hoping that Representative Williams is here and she might be able to speak to that. And if not, I can
Williams is
get
indeed
back to you.
here, and she's
Okay.
the next person to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any Representative Baroda, you had a question?
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair. I will wait until Representative McWilliam testifies.
Thank you. Any other questions for Representative Wallner? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Representative McWilliams?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the ED&A Committee. For the record, my name is Representative Rebecca McWilliams.
Excuse me, could you come closer to your microphone? You're extremely faint.
Let me turn up the volume too. I apologize. Can you hear me now?
Not much.
Not well.
I'm gonna have to weather through. That's as loud as it goes. I'll speak loud. So you're welcome. I'm here to speak very briefly in support of adding this amendment to support childcare facilities and our working parents and children who require childcare during the day. As Representative Wallner mentioned, we're currently dealing with a staffing crisis for childcare facilities across the state. The problem is not the money. I know we've heard this in previous testimony in front of this committee that the problem was the money. The problem now is not the money. There are quite a bit of federal funds that have been specifically earmarked for childcare facilities for things like staffing and PPE during this pandemic. The problem that we're running into, the roadblock we have right now, is this requirement of education for associate teachers. And yes, there is a waiver, but it's still a roadblock for advertising the position and attempting to get people to interview and be hired for these open positions. So we're obviously seeing the ripple effects of not having the staff that we need for childcare facilities. This means that in working families, one parent, or in some cases, single parent families, the parent is having to choose between staying home with the kids or making life decisions that may alter their career for the long term because we can't support them through childcare in New Hampshire. So it's a big deal. We're at the pinch point now. And so to address the question that was asked to Representative Wallner, our issue really is because the omnibus childcare bill that I had sponsored previously ended up being retained by this committee, and we are in a pinch point, we had to find a Senate bill that could potentially be amended in order to carry this forward. And so this is the bill that it was added to. So that's the answer to the question is this is the closest we could find. It's been amended and added in an effort to try to preserve and save as many staff as we can in this industry right now. I'm happy to take questions.
It's actually Representative McWilliams. The question wasn't why Senate Bill 133, because it's fair, like you say, it seems fairly appropriate. The question is, why is this under rulemaking for rather than specifically in the licensing for personnel?
Oh, you mean the way that it's amending the statute? Is that what you're getting at? I'm sorry, I just need to clarify. If it needs to go under licensing rather than rulemaking, it could be moved, but it still works under rulemaking, would be my response.
Okay. Representative Blackus, does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Representative Baroda?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I raised my hand earlier when Representative Wallner was speaking, but Representative McWilliams answered my original question in her testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Representative McWilliams? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I call Karen Jewell. You should. You can unmute yourself and speak to us, please.
Okay, it takes me a while. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, please introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Karen Jewell, and I am testifying against Senate Bill 133. I have a bachelor's degree in early childhood education, a master's in educational leadership, and I studied the effects of poverty on young children under Bruce Mallory at the University of New Hampshire's doctoral program in education. I've directed childcare centers in New Jersey, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire, many of which were nationally accredited, and most serving low-income working families. During the 1990s, I was New Hampshire's child care coordinator for the Department of Health and Human Services. And also during that time, I was one of 20 national finalists selected for Head Start Scholars. As a former director of child care centers, I identify totally with the directors and others who support this bill. Hiring and keeping good workers has always been a challenge for decades, and I understand the magnitude of today's crisis in childcare. Directors absolutely want to keep their doors open. They want to serve working families. Noble reasons indeed, and ones that we should be able to fulfill in a healthy, well-funded, truly equitable childcare delivery system. But unfortunately, that's not what we have in our country. And that's why I'm opposing this bill. We all know that our childcare system has been broken for a long time. Parents pay too much, and the federal government and other entities not enough. Childcare workers, mostly women, have been subsidizing the real cost of care for decades. And not only do we have a broken system, but we now have kids coming to us with far greater needs than ever before. Kids are growing up in a highly complex, fast-paced, confusing world like we've never seen, and they bring their reactions to it to childcare. And the least we can do for our staff who care for them, often 5 days a week, all day long, is to give them the tools that they need to deal with these really tough challenges. And one of the most effective tool is education and training, particularly in child development. So when you take away early childhood training or the training requirements upon hire, you take away the most fundamental tool in that toolbox for that teacher's success. To me, it just doesn't make sense to take this important tool away. And also there's some risk with this bill, because we can't forget that associate teachers are allowed to be alone with children based on the licensing standards, the ages of children, and the numbers of them. And they also, wait a minute. So also an associate teacher can be left alone for the first and last half hour of each day. So that can be a long 30 minutes when a toddler just pooped in their pants and two preschoolers are fighting. But they could be there with no training at all. And not until 90 days from hire is an associate teacher required to get basic health and safety training. No training involved. So eventually they'll get training, but in the beginning, when they first come in, it's pretty risky for them and for the children in their care. So some of the solutions, and I'm just speaking as a retired person, so I'm sort of out of the loop, but what I do know is that there are many excellent groups working on behalf of children in New Hampshire, the UNH Preschool Development Grant being one of them, and the programs that can work with licensing, as Mary Jane Wallner mentioned, on waivers to get people in the door, provided there's a plan to get them credits. That's already being done. The Council for Thriving Children is working on supporting training with resources and other supports. So we have a lot of highly qualified people in the field in New Hampshire working on behalf of supporting providers. This problem is not new, it's not going to go away. And I just encourage everybody to try to continue working together on this issue. Caring for children is hard work. Kids come to care with an array of unmet needs, and caregivers are given the task of meeting those needs day after day. For this reason alone, never before has it been as important as it is now to support our caregivers with quality education and training so that they have the tools that they need to be successful in their work with young children. I urge you to do the right thing and support children and their caregivers by opposing this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Will you take some questions?
Oh, yes, I will.
Representative Perotta?
Thank you. Ms. Jewell, do you have an idea of the number of daycare centers that are closing because of our inability to find employees for them?
I don't know an exact number, but I do know it's rising. And I do feel, having been in the field for almost 50 years, that at some point we have to face the fact that we do have a broken system and centers are going to close.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
How do your resolutions solve that problem?
Well, the solutions, I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
Yes. You recommended some solutions to the issue of daycare, and I wanted to know how those resolve the problem, the immediate problem of funding daycare, because this is an immediate problem for New Hampshire families.
Right. I think working with licensing is an immediate problem. I think working with the Council for Thriving Children for just offering some supports can be an immediate problem. It's a short-term fix. I quite frankly think that we still have to work on getting the whole system fixed in childcare. We can't keep putting Band-Aids on it. We've been doing that for 50 years. And it keeps getting harder. So I think at some point, and whether it takes centers closing or closing classrooms because there are no teachers, to get more people involved with this crisis. It's a huge crisis.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Jewell, for taking my question. I'm going to piggyback on what Representative Grota was talking about, because I think you and I agree philosophically, and I admire what you've said about how we can best care for children who are in poverty. That comprises a portion of my district, so thank you. Philosophically, I'm with you. Here's my question to get at a different angle of what Representative Grota was asking. You know, for this amendment, it would only affect, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, the entry-level workers who currently would be required to take some coursework at the higher education level or post-secondary level to work in a child care center. So for the entry-level position that this would affect, couldn't they gain that same level of understanding, and continuing education credits are not excluded? They would still be required with this amendment. Since we have what you said, maybe it would be a good thing to shut down some child care centers. I look at it from my constituents' point of view that, you know, a lot of folks face the crisis of losing their child care and having no options, and giving a pathway, you know, I could see as a career position to someone who's called to this type of work. Wouldn't this enable folks who haven't yet achieved any post-secondary education to choose childcare work as a career path that otherwise wouldn't be available to them, since that's all this amendment would affect, is those entry-level folks? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess, but I don't understand. First of all, this is an entry level position for an associate teacher, which is one down from a lead teacher. So, and again, stressing that an associate teacher is allowed to be alone with children. So I think that's an important piece. I agree with what you're saying, especially because they can get on, or they are required to receive 18 hours of training a year ongoing once they're hired. So they will get training. So, but why can't they come in the door and get with a waiver from licensing that says, as long as there's a plan in place to get 9 credits in early childhood development or something to do with childcare?
Okay. Madam Chair, I think I have a question then for the amendment authors, if that's okay, relevant to the same point.
Okay, Representative McWilliams or Wallner, would you care to answer this question?
So
I have to hear it first.
So I hear Dr. Jewell's concern about unsupervised care. I thought that at least for this entry level, the way the amendment is written, I thought that, correct me if I'm wrong, they would be under supervision constantly and not allowed to be alone with the kids. How should I interpret the amendment the way it's written?
No, the amendment addresses the qualifications to be an associate teacher. And the first part of the amendment, the first part of it is that you have to have 1,000 hours of supervised childcare experience. So someone who is working now in a childcare center, they don't have the 9 credits, but they would work and gain the 1,000 hours under the supervision of a lead teacher probably. And they would also have to have 30 hours of training in child growth and development. The latter of which, at least in the amendment, it could be some documented life experience. For instance, if someone had been a family childcare provider in their own home and provided care for children in their own home, that might be a very relevant life experience. So then after they had completed the 1,000 hours of supervised, they would then be able to be an associate teacher. And yes, they could be alone with a class of children. They would still have to meet the childcare ratios. So if, let's say it was a group of 2-year-olds, there would be 1 adult for every 5 to 6 children. So as an associate teacher, she or he might be there with 5 or 6 children for, maybe the entire day, maybe just early in the morning when there are fewer children and you need staff to cover, maybe later in the afternoon. But this does give you the flexibility of having people come in, work for the 1,000 hours, get the 30 hours, have the 30 hours of child growth and development training, and then be able to be an associate teacher.
That is very helpful. Thank you.
There are other questions from Ms. Jewell? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Welcome.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I tried to raise my hand and I don't think you caught me. And I guess Ms. Jewell has left.
No, I'm still here.
Yes, Representative Crowder, you may ask another question.
Thank you. So hearing what Representative Wallner said in clarifying the amendment, have you do you feel less lenient in your position or more lenient?
Well, thank you for that question. I understand, it's my understanding that that 30 hours could be interpreted any way that you want. Yes, it could be as a family childcare provider, but it could be no, I mean, I don't mean this in a derogatory way and by any means, but it could be raising children at home. That's my understanding how the language is. And I think so it's open. We have to, that's my understanding. Honestly, it's an open interpretation. But the 1,000 hours is specified. It's my understanding that it is under supervised in the licensed childcare setting, supervised care. So that turns out to be about 6 months of roughly full-time work in a childcare program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? Okay, then I call Emily Johnson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony today. I am the state manager for Save the Children Action Network, and I have the honor to represent over 3,000 supporters and volunteers across the Granite State. At Save the Children Action Network, we believe all children deserve access to high quality early childhood education. Since 2014, we have worked in partnership with community volunteers, policy advocates, and state legislators to improve accessibility and quality of New Hampshire's childcare and early learning programs. While well-intentioned, we do believe the amendment to Senate Bill 133 would be a step backward in our mission to provide equitable access to high-quality early childhood education to all Granite Staters, which is why I am testifying in opposition to this amendment. Early childhood educators are responsible for the care and education of our youngest citizens during some of the most consequential years in their lives. While they provide essential service to working families and help shape the leaders of tomorrow, they are a routinely undervalued workforce. Senate Bill 133, the amendment, seeks to answer this shameful undervaluing of teachers by lowering the bar for higher education required of childcare employees. Early childhood educators that I have worked closely with in my role understand that their jobs are increasingly difficult as our state copes with multiple crises impacting children, including the opioid epidemic and the COVID-19 pandemic. More children are coming into their care with adverse childhood experiences associated with the aforementioned crises. Childcare providers should be supported by the state with more resources and trainings to help them provide high quality care. I think answering these crises by diminishing teacher education requirements would be a grave mistake that could negatively impact generations of Granite Staters. Even setting our public health crises aside, the quality of care of our children is a direct reflection of the competence of the early childhood educator, and we should not consider compromising the health and safety of our children under any circumstances. So in conclusion, I urge members of this committee not to support this amendment to Senate Bill 133, and I am happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the work that you do, Ms. Johnson. And I think philosophically, you and I agree. I think what's difficult, tell me if I'm wrong, don't we have such a crisis in getting enough caregivers? And isn't this a very narrow way to help us get folks that do have applicable experience in the door without needing post-secondary education? But I mean, don't you think this would be, since it's so narrow, it's not addressing continuing education credits, it's not addressing the other levels of childcare providers, wouldn't this be a great career path, say, for person who has had many kids or is an immigrant who's been is eager to get in this field? Couldn't this be seen as a career path of entry for folks who don't fit the mold currently?
Thanks for the question. I think when we talk about childcare and early childhood education, my belief and the mission of my organization is to promote equitable access to the highest quality of care. And I just think that any kind of diminishing of those standards of care, just having a teacher there and childcare available for families who may need it isn't necessarily a huge help to families when that care isn't high quality and isn't setting that child up for success.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Johnson? Representative Groda?
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, if your mission is to provide the highest quality of care available, how do we do that in a state like New Hampshire and meet your mission statement? How does that, because that is I would think that is a sliding scale, correct?
Yeah, I would echo some of my, Karen Jewell, who testified previously, that we do have a broken system, but that I know from my work that there's no shortage of organizations and individuals on the ground who care deeply about this issue. And so while I don't have a fully baked solution to offer you today, I think, many of the organizations referenced earlier who are working on behalf of kids are working towards better solutions to the very real crises that we're facing. I just don't believe that this amendment is the solution. And I just want to add, I think, when we talk about teacher shortages at other levels of education, this isn't a solution that's routinely offered. And so I frankly don't understand why this would be a solution, other than if we're considering early childhood education in some way less important than other levels of education, which I, of course, don't believe it is. I think these are teachers who are caring for children during the most formative years of their lives, when the most brain development is happening at the most rapid pace throughout their lifetime. So I think these teachers should be well trained, and taking a step backward in that regard isn't something we should consider.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we hear that the situation's in crisis. It's it's Band-Aid after Band-Aid and so forth. When will we see the results you're talking about from all the efforts you're describing to try to address the situation? When are we going to see those bear fruit?
I'm not sure I have an answer for you. I know, there are many different grants and programs underway. I think this is something that we do need to apply more focus and resources to address the broken system as I see it. I'm not sure I have an answer for when all the issues will be fixed, but I do hope that we can continue to work on this.
Thank you.
I don't envy you your task.
Other questions? All right, thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you all.
Anyone else who wishes to testify on this amendment? If so, please raise your hand.
Assistant.
Marianne Barker?
Teacher.
I'm sorry about that. I was kicked out of Zoom.
You were promoted so you could speak. Please
Oh, thank
introduce
you.
yourself and talk to us.
Certainly. Hello, thank you for letting me speak. My name's Marianne Barter. I'm the Executive Director at Merrimack Valley Daycare Service and Blueberry Express Daycare in the Concord area. I would like to say that I support this bill or this amendment. I don't think it's ideal. I don't think anyone thinks the idea of changing qualifications for teachers is ideal, but the reality is that we cannot hire. And when we can't hire staff to work in our classrooms, we can't serve the families that are calling us up and begging for spaces. And as much as I appreciate Karen and Emily's view that, this will diminish the field and it's better to close childcare facilities, I can't fathom what good could come of that. My agency works primarily with low-income families. So our mission is to care for children at risk of abuse and neglect, low-income families, and children with special needs. And right now, my wait list is long enough to open up a whole nother childcare facility. And if I could hire, I could take these children. And the reality of the situation of the children that I care for is that if I do not offer them a space in my licensed facility where they are supervised by myself, by a team of teachers, and by childcare licensing, it's going to be the next door neighbor or mom's boyfriend or someone they met on Craigslist who will be caring for these children. And that's devastating. And for the first time in our 50-year career, our agency has been around since 1968. And for the very first time, I find myself in the situation where I am waitlisting children who are in the DCYF system. I'm waitlisting foster children. And I just find that an incredible shame. And really, what this amendment will do is give me just a slim chance that I may be able to hire some people and I may be able to help some of those families. It's not ideal. No one thinks it's ideal. And honestly, if someone would want to consider it for a sundowning, that I think that we would encourage that too, because there are a lot of innovations that are starting to come out to bring people to the field, but it will take a couple years for that to happen. And I'm not sure how many of us will still be standing in a couple of years. So thank you very much for letting me testify. And I'll take any questions.
Take a question?
Certainly.
Representative Baroda has one.
Thank you, Ms. Barter, for testifying. We've heard, this is my second term, so it's not as if I've heard this forever, but this is an ongoing problem in New Hampshire. And your statement that things, are going to change in a positive direction is great to hear. And whatever we can do, I will support whatever we can do to get us there. But how can we learn more about these proposals or these recommendations so that as a committee, we learn more about this? Because I think it's an important point for the future of young families and growing families and the children of New Hampshire, which is what we're trying to attract.
Certainly. I'm vice chair of the Child Care Advisory Council, the New Hampshire Child Care Advisory Council, and I think that the Executive Council would be pleased to gather the information about the different initiatives that are happening statewide and present them to a committee if you would like us to.
Please, thank you.
Certainly.
Are there other questions from the committee? All right, thank you very much, Ms. Barter.
Thank you.
Melissa Clement.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Melissa Clement, and I am the Chief of Child Care Licensing Unit in the Department of Health and Human Services. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and wish to express that the department recognizes the difficulties child care providers are facing in hiring staff. The department has provided relief to the staffing crisis by implementing an expedited waiver process as of November 23rd, 2020, to allow assistant teachers to work as associate teachers throughout the state of emergency. On November 24th, we approved 56 requests received on that first day. As of April 23rd, the department has approved 225 requests from child care providers so that 502 assistant teachers can work as associate teachers. Currently, a child care provider can hire someone who does not meet the requirements in rule to work as an associate teacher during this state of emergency. We respectfully request that the staff qualifications remain in rulemaking, and therefore we are testifying in opposition to this amendment. We are on schedule to submit revised rules to the Joint Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules, also known as JLCAR, in this September. The revisions have been informed by the testimony the department has heard in regards to HB 230, as well as feedback we received over 4 Zoom meetings with providers since October of 2020, the most recent meeting held earlier this month. In addition to staff qualifications, providers and the department identified other changes were needed. Therefore, we will be putting forth a comprehensive revision to our existing rules. We anticipate that the draft rule will be sent to providers in May to receive additional input prior to engaging in the formal rulemaking process. We also heard in the testimony to HB 230 that there are providers who are concerned about reducing educational requirements, much like you've heard today. And we are working on balancing both perspectives in the revised rules to accomplish flexibility and quality. The rulemaking process, which includes the public hearing and the hearing before GELCAR, provides additional feedback from the providers to the department on both perspectives. Should the state of emergency end prior to the revised rules going in front of GELCAR, we are committed to continuing this waiver process and are actively working with our legal counsel on how to accomplish allowing the existing waivers for assistant teachers to remain in effect until the revised rules are in place. We encourage programs to continue to reach out for waivers, and we are committed to working with them to provide a safe environment for children. With respect to the specific amendment, Section 1, lines 9 through 10, includes the provision to allow documented life experience to be substituted for 30 hours of training in child growth and development. Should the committee decide to approve the amendment, the department respectfully requests that the committee put forth a definition of life experience that would be an equivalent to 30 hours of training in child growth and development. In accordance with professional standards, the domains of child growth and development include the developmental milestones from birth through age 8 years related to the physical, cognitive, social, and emotional development of children. As currently written, the department is uncertain how we could equitably regulate the provision without what is also known as oral rulemaking, where we're deciding on a case-by-case basis if someone's life experience is the equivalent to 30 hours of child growth and development training. And with that, I ask if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Thank you for allowing me this time.
Representative Baroda.
Thank you. Ms. Clement, the proposal that you're going to be presenting to GELCAR, does it have any other rules that have been discussed with this committee? Does it include other rules?
Yes, it includes a lot of the testimony that we heard throughout HB 230. We are looking at that testimony and seeing where our rules can be changed in order to assist providers in providing their care that they need to in order to have their business. We recognize throughout that testimony and throughout those additional meetings that we've had with providers since October that the rules in general just needed to be looked at again to make sure they were clear, to make sure that they could be implemented by programs, and to make sure that we weren't unduly burdening programs. So we are revising our rules based on looking at all of those concerns.
Thank you. Ms. Clement, I believe that several members of the committee would like to receive those rules when you send them out for initial comments. So if you could do that, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely. We'll send them to the committee.
Thank you. Representative Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Clement, can you tell me, are states getting federal money to address this childcare issue, new money for that?
I can speak to broad terms, but I am not the agency that receives those funds. The funds come through the Bureau of Child Development and Head Start collaboration in the Department of Health and Human Services through the Child Development Block Grant. So they are receiving funds, and I know that money, it has been earmarked to address the staffing issue. However, I can't really speak to the specifics as to how much that is, because that is at a different agency, and I don't want to put forth any numbers that would not be accurate.
So can you just tell me who it is again?
Yeah, it's the Bureau of Child Development and Head Start collaboration in the Department of Health and Human Services.
Thank you.
They are responsible for administering the Child Care Development Block Grant.
there any other questions? Yes, Representative Blackus.
Thank you. So I see that this amends RSA 170E11, Part 1, which has various general areas of rulemaking the department's supposed to engage in. My question is, you know of any place else in statute related to requirements for training for being involved in childcare, where there's in statute, particular requirements of numbers of hours of experience or training or anything like that?
It is not under the child care statute. All of that information is contained in our administrative rules, which is HEC 4002. So that is where all those specifics are mentioned. There's not a specific section in the statute regarding the number of hours of training or the educational requirements. There is in the statute a voluntary credentialing system, which is administered under the Bureau of Child Development and Head Start collaboration, but that is a voluntary program, and in statute it references that the first level of any credentialing system is the equivalent to what is in the child care licensing rule.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Lisa Ranfos. Okay, please introduce yourself and unmute yourself and then talk to us.
Sorry about that. For the record, my name is Lisa Rampus. I am a resident of Allenstown, New Hampshire. I am also the executive director of the Child Study and Development Center at the University of New Hampshire, which is a lab school on the campus of UNH. I had a prepared testimony, but I know that it's been a long day, and I just want to add to some of the comments that has already been said by some of my colleagues. Being in the field for over 20 years, I think that this is not a new issue. I think it's because we're in a pandemic and childcare is getting attention that we are seeing more than we have been in the past. But I do think, in opposition to this bill, that the continuous response of lowering qualifications is unacceptable. As Emily stated earlier, we would never do that to the Department of Education teachers. Why do we continuously do it to early childhood? I have the privilege of working with interns. I teach 2 internship courses here at the university, and I see how practical application makes an impact on who one becomes as a teacher. I also can attest to the students who come out of our program are gobbled up by other programs. And unfortunately, it does have a bit to do about money. When you have good pay and benefits, you're going to get better staff. And unfortunately, early childhood isn't there yet. However, it can't always be about the barriers. So what do we do about it? And yes, there are programs in our state right now, the apprenticeship program, the TEACH program, that are making strides. And yes, it will take some time before that happens. I also have the privilege to sit on a well-represented, pretty new committee, if you will, looking at alternative pathways, because I believe strongly that people need education and training. And how do we provide that? We have these gems called lab schools in our states that many have been closing. Let's look at how they can provide training or even types of residency programs or apprenticeship programs to allow people to get the training and then go out into the field, instead of just saying, okay, let's give a waiver. And Melissa Clement, that is not a dig on you. You are doing an outstanding job. So thank you for what you do every single day. But we can't continue to just minimize things. How do we hold that high standard because of the impact it has on young children? Emily stated that well, so I don't need to reiterate that. Things like, module-based learning, where they have some coaching and some pre-work and after work. Years ago in our state, with the quality dollars through the CDBG grant, I think, I could be wrong there, so please don't quote me, we were able to access education through Wheelock College. Mary Jane Wallner, you might be able to speak to this perhaps, but I was so fortunate to be part of one of the cohorts that went through that. I would not have had the opportunity to get a master's program without that. couldn't afford it. So it was grant funded. The teachers came to us. It was amazing. And the thing that it had going for it, it was a cohort model. So people were learning together, and I'm still in contact with most of my cohort members even today. And we graduated, back in 2007. So all I'm trying to say is that there are ways that we can provide education and training if we just think outside the box, look at what works, and look at best practice. Thank you so much for hearing me today. And I'm open for questions if anyone has any.
Representative Groda seems to have a question.
Thank you. So these programs that are available in New Hampshire through all these, do they cost someone money? Do you pay for them?
So there are scholarship-based programs to the best of my knowledge, and there might be people on this call who could speak better to that. But so for example, they get a scholarship to get the training. I believe that's all free. They get paid a wage in the TEACH program. They're working for another program. Every time they meet a milestone, they get a bump in pay. And so they're getting education, experience, and more money.
Follow up.
Follow up.
There seems to be many advocates for daycare on this call, and they all recognize a problem, but I have yet to hear a solution. Why is that? You may not be able to answer that call, but I'd like the people who have spoken to us to answer that.
Thank you for the question or the comment. I think it costs money. Quality costs money. And if we want to provide a system of early childhood that meets the needs of all of our children in New Hampshire, it's going to cost money. But yet the return on investment has been proven over and over and over through many studies that have already happened in years past. If we provide the money up front, there's less crime, there's less special education, there's less everything that costs money in the long run if we just put it into early childhood. But it takes qualified people to be able to work with those children. Not just anyone understands child development. So when, children have temper tantrums or what's called temper tantrums, no, we can't view it like that. All behavior is a communication of some kind. It's our job to figure out what those children are trying to say, what they're struggling with, and provide them strategies that will impact them positively, socially, and emotionally to be well productive citizens as they get older.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this amendment to Senate Bill 133? If so, please raise your hand. Representative Schultz, you're not testifying. You've been asking questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I never have quite the graceful way to bring up a related issue. So I just sent to Miriam to forward to all of us on EDNA a study report from 2019 that includes recommendations that that this amendment is similar to and includes. And it was a study committee made up of 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans in the House and Senate total. And it is a review of barriers to the childcare business, which is an interesting angle to look at it. And I think it would be helpful to the whole committee. So I'm just mentioning it now, that look for it from Miriam. This study committee report is very short, but very informative on all of these topics that we are curious about in childcare.
Thank you. This will be going to Representative Sytek Subcommittee. So we will be discussing it then. The amendment. 133 has already been parsed.
That's right.
So is there anyone else who wishes to testify? Seeing none, I am closing the hearing on this amendment. And I'm I'm done for the day, so I hope the rest of you will have a pleasant evening.
Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, do you have any information about upcoming meetings?